Welcome to the Vault. Thank you for joining me this Saturday evening. Please be safe out there. Happy New Year to the viewing audience. This information is pertaining to Bryan Kohberger and his defense. He has been represented by Miss Taylor, blonde-haired Caucasian female. She and he ordered to have that search of the house halted. Very interesting. So you can see that Mr. Kohberger is trying to use his smarts to preserve the crime scene, which they've gathered a lot of evidence. Things were taken out of the house, bedding, soiled bedding. I don't know what he thinks is going to be of use, but that is his right as a defendant. What is the nexus between BK and the victims? We're going to go into the mind of this killer, serial killers in general, sadists. We're going to talk about voyeurism. We're going to do a comparison between he and a serial killer that killed college students in Florida. Please check out my library for my recent uploads pertaining to BK Theodore Bundy. Thank you for joining me. You're now listening to The Vault. I will drop the link after I bring the said information. Hello, everybody in the chat. Thank you for joining me. Daily Mail is the source. The cleanup operation at the Idaho murder house was stopped because the suspect asked for the crime scene to be preserved. One second. New court documents show having issues here. Hello, everybody in the chat. 1 minute, you guys. Trying to get all this information together. Having some difficulties. Once again, the suspect and his attorney, Ann Taylor, asked for the 1122 King Road property to remain sealed until February 1st. The paper showed. Idaho judge ordered the home will remain locked and surrounded by crime scene tape, but officers do not have to monitor it on site. Very interesting. Documents show Taylor asked for the scene to be preserved on December 30th, just hours after a SWAT team swooped on Kohberger's family home in Pennsylvania. The order requested Kohberger and his defense team to be notified if any evidence has been or has to be destroyed and allows them to take a view of the scene. It meant a plan set in motion by Idaho police to clean up the property was called off at the last minute. Cleaning professionals from disaster response arrived at the 3-story property in Moscow, Idaho, and had barely started the cleanup when they had to pack up. The cleaning crew was seen placing a tarp around one of the doors so items removed from the property could not be seen. And most of you have probably seen that video via the YouTube queue. Chief of Moscow Police James Fry previously confirmed at a press conference the plan was caught off because of court order linked to the arrest of Kohberger. Taylor was spotted at the property with a team of investigators at the property on January 4th by Fox, hours after Kohberger his extradition hearing in Pennsylvania. So it was suspected that the defense was the reasoning for the call for the halt of the items to be removed from the house biohazards. So this has come to light that this is the doing of Mr. Kohberger and his attorney, Miss Taylor, as suspected. Very interesting information. Taylor was spotted at the property with a team of investigators, once again, at that property by Fox when Kohberger, hours after he was had his extradition hearing in Pennsylvania. They reportedly spent 45 minutes taking video footage inside and outside of the property. 4 of the investigators then left the property, but a crime scene reconstruction analyst remained. It is unusual for defense attorneys paid by the state to create a reconstruction of the crime scene. Yes, I do find this very interesting, this information. I really didn't even know that defense attorneys used investigators, public defenders, let me say, for their clients. I just assumed this would be more if someone hired an attorney and had money to pay for an attorney, defense attorney, and pay for investigators to do investigative work. But as you see, you learn something new every day. And as you hear here, it says, it is unusual for defense attorneys paid by the state to create a reconstruction of the crime scene. Kohberger's parents have insisted they don't have the money for a private attorney, but have protested his innocence. Interesting. But that's expected, is it not? It comes as law enforcement sources say the alleged killer was seen taking out garbage using surgical gloves several times at his parents' home. The officers were tasked with tracking Kohberger so they could arrest him as soon as a warrant was issued, as well as trying to get a hold of an object to compare DNA to a sample found at the scene. He was also seen cleaning the inside and outside of his car, with the source adding that he didn't miss an inch. Very interesting. Let me repeat that. He was also seen cleaning the inside and outside of his car, with the source adding that he didn't miss an inch. Well, we already know that you will miss something because you got home a month later after the murders. The murders transpired on the 13th of November. You didn't get home to Pennsylvania, I believe, until December 16th, somewhere in there. So therefore, well, what are you gaining by trying to clean your car a month later? So that goes back to now, did he try to clean his car after killing the kids? Did he go take his car to a car wash, vacuum it out at a car wash or a vacuum dispensary somewhere in the city or neighboring counties and cities, towns? Did he try to clean his car by washing it outside, inside? Did he get it detailed? Because I find it interesting he waits to get home to wear plastic gloves. This is very interesting information. He waits till he travels all the way across the country a month later after killing these kids to then wear surgical gloves to empty trash from his own house. Also put those trash bags in other neighbors' trash bags, which is very suspicious besides wearing the gloves. And then also seen cleaning his car by an eyewitness very thoroughly to their assertion. Day late, dollar short, as we would say in the street. You're a little late, BK. And I think that's proven because, one, you messed up. You left DNA footprint. Your car's been seen in the area. Your phone tracked you at their house numerous times in the months before and during the commission of the crime, and thereafter the crimes. Signed, sealed, and delivered. Kohberger was also reported seen taking out the trash to his neighbor's bins at around 4 a.m., with the contents being recovered by officers. Matched the DNA found on the sheath to Kohberger's by comparing it to his father's DNA, which was 99.9998% match. The white Hyundai Elantra is one of the things that helped cops track down the alleged killer, as well as obtaining his phone records. He yesterday appeared in court charged with 4 murders as well as a felony burglary after being extradited to Idaho. Kohberger previously insisted that he would be exonerated to his lawyer in Pennsylvania. The criminal justice graduate only spoke to confirm his name that he had representation during a hearing in Moscow, Idaho on Thursday. Kaylee Gonsalves' parents have now publicly said they back the death penalty in the case as they feel it is the only way to get justice. The timeline issued by police indicates that Kohberger managed to break into the house and kill all 4 victims within a 15-minute period before his car was seen speeding off in the surveillance footage. Phone records show that Kohberger went close to the property just 5 hours after the murders were committed, with his phone being turned off during the time of the murders. He is also accused of stalking the students and visiting the property or the area at least 12 times before the slayings on November 13th. MSN.com is the source if you need verification for the information. This is a deep dissection into the mind of Mr. Kohberger, the comparisons to other serial killers, the nexus between he and the victims, and the fact that he already had an attorney before he touched down, representations from the public defender's office of Miss Taylor, and that she ordered a gag order so nobody could speak pertaining to the crime itself and anything pertaining to the crime evidentiary material, and halted the search, the cleanup, excuse me, of the house. That is the said information. We now have information from the Gonsalves family that they do back the death penalty, and they are now have spoken out publicly. You can find several contents of this in the YouTube queue. Thank you for joining me. You are now listening to The Vault. What is the nexus between BK and the victims? When did this plan come into motion? To stalk these children, watch these children, and make entry into the house. Many news agents have given you variances of ways to enter the house: by foot from the front entry, the back of the house, which would be the right side. Apartment sits above the house. You can watch from up there at the parking lot. You can also make your way down through the woods. And also it goes up to, I believe, another street. So how did Mr. BK enter this house to know how to get in the house? Where would he have watched the children from? How did he even come to pick these kids out? Some are speculating social media, but that has not been said by the police, that that is the exact way that he made visual to them. What is the nexus between BK and the victims? Voyeurism, peeping Toms. He is obviously a voyeur. And we also know that voyeurism starts very young in sadists, rapists, and serial killers at a very young age. Peeping in people's doorways, windows, cars, trying to find savvy ways to also look up under women's skirts, dresses, bathroom stalls, hiding cameras in homes, bathrooms. Has he done any of this type of behavior before? Thank you for joining me. 1 second, please. Voyeur, a person who gains sexual pleasure from watching others when they are naked or engaged in sexual activity. He stood transfixed, a voyeur feasting on the swell of her buttocks. Excuse the conversation. Defining voyeurism. There are two ways to define voyeurism: as a behavior, as a sexual disorder. In general terms, a voyeur is a person who derives sexual gratification from the covert observation of others as they undress or engage in sexual activities. Wow, that's interesting. I didn't know that they really consider voyeur is identified as sexual. So we learned something new. So basically, that's what a voyeur is: watching people while having sex or taking clothes off. So did he ever try to watch any of these children engage in any type of sexual affection, sex? Just wondering. Trying to bring all information to this case. We have identified 12 states with laws specifically outlawing voyeurism. Table 1 shows the states. Only one of the states, Tennessee, includes a statute of penalty for distributing voyeurs' photographs. Very interesting. Peeping Tom laws. We will talk about a peeping Tom. Do peeping Toms go to jail? Peeping Toms offenses in California are misdemeanors. Punishable by up to 6 months in county jail and fines up to $1,000 in case where the victim was younger than 18, or if it was the defendant's second offense, penalties double to full year in county jail and fines up to $2,000. What makes a person a peeping Tom? So what do we have here? Do we have a voyeur who's getting sexual gratification, wanting to see people engage in sex, or are we talking about a peeping Tom that took it too far? A person who peeps through a window, door, or other aperture of a building for the purpose of spying on people engaging in intimate activities, such as undressing or sexual acts. Very interesting. So each one is really connected to sexuality. Peeping Tom, voyeurism. Well, I guess if you're stalking a person, you're not going to really care what they're doing inside, whether it's cooking, eating, engaging in sexual activity. You're watching them for a reason. You're watching them for a reason. Who is this Kohberger? How long has he been watching the kids? What made him choose these kids? A voyeur often has a defined mental illness or personality disorder, which creates a compulsion to watch people during intimate moments. So was he trying to watch these children during intimate moments? Because I would assume any intimate moment, such as sexual activity, it would be in their bedrooms, not walking through the kitchen or sitting outside on the patio. One second. Trying to bring you all different types of information. I do not know who he is. I don't know if he's been diagnosed with any type of disorders. I don't know if he'd be clarified as a peeping Tom or a voyeur, but I'm bringing you this set information as a hypothesis to who he is. Thank you for joining me. Stalk. First definition is pursue or approach stealthily, a cat stalking a bird. Creep up on, trail, follow. Harass or persecute someone with unwanted and obsessive attention. For 5 years, she was stalked by a man who would taunt and threaten her. What is it to stalk a person? Stalking is defined as a pattern of unwanted behavior directed at a specific person, which causes that person to change their routine or feel afraid, nervous, or in danger. Examples of stalking behavior include repeated unwanted phone calls, texts, messages, etc., that may or may not be threatening. Stalkers use a variety of tactics, including but not limited to unwanted contact, including phone calls, texts, contact via social media, unwanted gifts, showing up, approaching an individual or their family, friends, monitoring, surveillance, property damage, and threats. 4 types of stalking, or 5, let's say. Thank you, sweetheart. The rejected stalker, number 1. The resentful stalker, number 2. The intimacy-seeking stalker, number 3. Number 4, the incompetent suitor. And 5, the predatory stalker. Which one is Bryan C. Kohberger? Rejected, resentful, intimacy-seeking, incompetent suitor, or predatory stalker? Thank you for your time. I will play you commentary from Nancy Grace. She has guests from the interview room, Joseph Scott Morgan. And I want to play the last 16 minutes of this podcast, which is in relation to my title. How did it come to be this thing crossed the paths with these kids?
A boy in Southern California in 1998, Matthew checked in the bathroom. The suspect stood behind him and says, "You know me. I'm here to kill you." I got chills when I read this statement from this witness, because I can only imagine the shock, the fear, the terror in her mind. And then later to find out there's a footprint at her bedroom door from this suspect. So did he come back in after she closed the door to finish the deal, or get the sheet that he left behind on the third floor?
Something you said, Chris McDonough, I think needs to be emphasized even more so. Everyone is ready to put a lynch mob on the roommate, DM, Dylan Morganson, for hiding in her bedroom. She's a child. I think many of these victims were very sheltered. This was the first time they lived away from home. And when she says, "I was in a frozen shock state," you referred to a case I know very well, the case of a little boy in California named Matthew Checky. As I recall, he was about 9 years old. And he was at a family picnic reunion sort of deal on the ocean. And he wanted to go to the bathroom. And his aunt said, "Oh, I'll go." And they went to the public bathroom. Everything was fine. And the aunt stood outside the door. And in those few moments, a guy goes in and slashes Matthew's neck. Just never had met him, didn't know anything about him. Just went in and murdered him. Matthew Checky. Straight out to Dr. Bethany Marshall, psychoanalyst joining us out of Beverly Hills at drbethanymarshall.com. Dr. Bethany, everyone is screaming the PC doesn't show the motive. Well, it doesn't have to, number one. And number two, that is not the state's burden to figure out, wow, why would you do such a thing? We can talk about that at the water cooler. The state's duty is to get the right person in the right jurisdiction and try them according to the Constitution and get a true verdict. That is the state's duty. They're not shrinks. But while we're on it, what do you think? I'm beginning to wonder if this, he would do these odd experiments, questionnaires, and this was just another one of his bizarre experiments with human guinea pigs. Or was he so immersed in the world of murder that it consumed him?
I think you just explained the whole motivation right there. He was immersed in the world of murder, but let me roll out one simple fact here. There are 8 factors that are associated with serial killers. When you look at their history, childhood abuse and neglect, torturing animals, I could go on, but one factor is voyeurism. Almost all serial killers stalk their victims, and they are voyeurs, meaning they're like peeping toms. And they don't just look and, scroll TikTok and Instagram. They look and masturbate, Nancy. Let's just be honest here. They are in a sexual frenzy while they are stalking their victims. That is it, right there. So the crime began last June. It wasn't just when he was plunging a knife into his victims. That was just the cherry on the ice cream sundae right there. The crime started in June when he selected these 4 victims. Victim selection is so important to serial killers. That's where the excitement is. Watching, stalking, looking, masturbating, peeping, learning everything about the victims, inserting themselves into their crime. And it was during this time that he put out these strange, odd questionnaires, wondering, asking even a prison population, what were you thinking before, during, after the crime? How did you engage in victim selection? Because he was engaging in victim selection. So while we might find semen at the crime, I
Very
think what
well
we're going
said.
to find is all the sexual activity and motivation occurred before the crime.
Yes.
And then killing them was just like the final coup de grace.
Yes.
That was the end of it.
Yes.
So this is a sad thing about this case is the crime went on for months and months and months, and there was no way to detect it, and there was no way to have detected it. We're just putting the pieces together after the fact. And just a quick comment about the poor roommate who saw him with the, the bushy eyebrows and the athletic build. Yes, she's just a child. She had no idea. She didn't know what we know now. She had no way to put the pieces together. She's just a little girl who shut her door and was used to people coming in and out of that house because remember, this is a college town, so kids come in all hours of the day or night partying and even just sitting up on their beds and talking. And yes, she was scared, but it was 4 a.m. Of course, she locked the door and went to bed. That is no surprise.
With me, high-profile lawyer out of Jacksonville, former FBI agent Dale Carson at DaleCarsonLaw.com. Dale, I want you to take a listen to Judge Megan Marshall, the Lottie County Magistrate in our cut 250A.
Count 2 alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. It alleges that the defendant, Bryan C. Kohberger, on or about November 13, 2022, in Lake County, state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Madison Mogan, a human being, by stabbing Madison Mogan, from which she died. In violation of Idaho Code 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. The maximum penalty for this offense, if you were to plead guilty or be found guilty, is death or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
To Dale Carson, I don't know if you've ever worked in any death penalty cases, but the law is very clear based on case precedent. It's not in the Constitution, but it is a result of the Sixth Amendment right to counsel. When you have a death penalty case and you are selecting your defense team, the defense team, if the state is appointing lawyers, has to be made up of at least one, if not more, death penalty qualified lawyers. Explain.
Those lawyers are specially trained to deal with these kinds of cases, and they have very thorough training. It takes probably a year and a half of additional training in order to represent people charged with a capital offense, an offense that could end up in the death penalty. And these cases take quite a while to pursue and prosecute. And the defense team also has the same requirement. So this is something, if he in fact goes to trial and he's not given a deal to plead to life instead of the death penalty, then the result could well be that the trial will take a number of years to process.
I don't know if it's going to take a number of years, but I could easily see it taking a year. Remember, this is Idaho, not California or New York. This case is going to go to trial. COVID is not a threat at this juncture anyway to striking a jury. COVID has put the skids on jury selection for years now, but we're in a different phase. Jurors are being called to the courthouse. We're not on hold because of COVID. Another thing, take a listen to our cut 251. Again, this is Judge Marshall speaking.
And Mr. Kohberger, would you like to represent yourself, hire a lawyer, or see if you qualify for court-appointed counsel?
I have a court-appointed counsel.
Court has reviewed your application for attorney at public expense. I do find that you are indigent and do qualify for court-appointed counsel. I will appoint Ms. Taylor to represent you in this case.
So you may wonder where all your tax dollars go to people like Bryan Kohberger. We're going to pay for his death penalty defense team.
Exactly.
Now, before he even left Pennsylvania, a defense lawyer was in place for him, and it is defense attorney Ann Taylor. Now, what Dale Carson said is absolutely correct. To achieve further death penalty qualifications to defend or prosecute a case like that, the most common way of getting that training is to sit a second or third chair with another lawyer that's qualified tries a DP case, death penalty case. I'm pretty sure if you could check it, Sig, that the mode of death will be the needle. In Idaho, death by lethal injection. Straight back up to Laura Engel, senior correspondent joining us from Fox News. Laura, again, thank you for being with us. Laura, what do you believe will happen next?
Well, his bail was denied in that court hearing, and then he'll make his next appearance on the 12th of this month. So that is the next time we expect him back in court. And as we continue to pore over this affidavit, and not only the probable cause affidavit, when you go back and you look at that Indiana State Police body cam footage of when he was stopped, and we've seen it, we can't help but study it because we hear him and we see him. And if you look closely at one of those traffic stops by the Indiana State Police as he was traveling with his father from the state of Washington to Pennsylvania, where we were camped out outside of the jail where he was held, you can't help but notice there is a mark on his right wrist. And we looked at that closely. It looks fresh, so I don't know what that means. But that is another clue. His demeanor, his voice, that is something that will be, of course, heavily analyzed by law enforcement and by all of us.
Jim Scott Morgan joining me, professor of forensics, Jacksonville State University. Jim Scott, we also learned that the defendant, Kohberger, thoroughly cleaned his car on multiple occasions. He was watched doing it. You think he got rid of all the evidence? If so, why? If not, why?
No, absolutely not. There's no way. I don't care how much he thinks he cleaned it. He did not do a sufficient job compared to what they're doing to it in the garage right now at probably the FBI in Pennsylvania at one of their evidence collection sites. They're taking this car apart, literally. They're taking the seats out, carpet, headliner, everything, and they're going in with every possible agent that they have at their disposal. And I don't mean FBI agents. I'm talking about chemicals that they can place. We're talking about luminol, maybe Blue Star. They're also going through here with probably evidence vacuums as well, which goes down to a different strata, can pull things up that this guy would have missed.
And to you, CC Moore joining us, chief genetic genealogist at Parabon NLS. What's the best way? I'm not saying it's going to work, but what do you expect to be the attack by the defense on the DNA?
Well, they're not going to use anything that was found from investigative genetic genealogy if that is still in play. I think it is. I think they just left it out of the affidavit because it was just a lead generator. It's not evidence. So they're going to focus on those astronomical numbers that you mentioned. They're going to say this DNA on this sheet or whatever else they may have in their evidence from DNA is from this person. In the stats will be something like 1 in 300 trillion chance. And then maybe they'll find some of the victim's DNA and all that work that they are doing on his car.
I'm saying, how is the defense going to attack the DNA analysis?
Well, the defense is going to have a difficult time with all of this evidence adding up.
Come on, Stacey, put it out there. They're going to have to pull an OJ. They're going to have to come up with some crazy theory that the blood was planted, that it was tampered with, that it has been somehow compromised. That's the only way. You can't fight with 1 in 300 trillion.
Well, that should have been placed there.
Exactly.
Didn't take long. You know what, CC Moore? I shouldn't have asked you that question because in order to catch a varmint, you got to think like a varmint.
Exactly.
And you just don't think like a defense lawyer.
All right, let's talk about the type of DNA on that sheet.
In a nutshell.
That DNA is likely to be touch DNA, a few skin cells, and they're going to say it could have been transferred, it could have been there for a different reason, and it doesn't necessarily place him at the crime scene.
CC, I only hope that's what they argue.
They're going to say this was a party house, and kids were coming in and out all the time, and Kohberger was likely a guest that, or just some random person that came in to party with the kids, and that's when the DNA was left.
On a knife. Okay. See, I hope that's what they argue. Bryan Fitzgibbon's with us, VP of Operations at USPA Nationwide Security. Bryan, I'm just trying to if you want to win, you don't just put your case up. You lay awake at night and you think, what are they going to do? How are they going to try to attack me? And you go through each witness and each piece of evidence with a fine-tooth comb, and you figure out, what's my problem? Where's my crack? How can I shoot them down before they can kill me? Hey, I don't know if you remember. Do you remember Reagan came up with the Star Wars defense, how we're going to shoot down missiles that are coming toward the U.S., and everybody at the time thought, wow, impossible. It is possible. And this is how you win a trial. You shoot them down before they can torpedo you.
Exactly.
What is the defense going to do, Bryan?
I think one of the pieces that they're going to attack is the cell phone data. Not
Exactly.
all cell phone data is created equal. I think in this case, there was definitely a flex in the affidavit showing that FBI team involved here and the precise locations they were able to grab from Kohberger in that historical data. But that's a definite that they will attack that in the past, and certainly in some high-profile cases in the past, cell phone data can be misleading. So I think that there's definitely going to be an attack on that.
Oh, yeah, you're right, Bryan Fitzgibbons. They're going to be all over that cell phone data. We wait as this case unfolds. Goodbye, friend.
All right, everybody. That's Nancy Grace and her guest. You got a lot of important information here during this podcast. The girl left alive, DM. Many of us are questioning why he would leave her alive. Could it be he was trying to send a message? I killed who I wanted to kill. I thought about that yesterday after I did my live pertaining to the two survivors, one on the first floor, one on the second floor. Was he trying to send a message that I had control of this house? I was in control of the situation of who I wanted to live or die. And that will go to the stalking, how long he stalked them, watched them, how he came to bring these people into his peripheral, or let's say he got into their peripheral. I'm going to touch on that shortly after I recap this podcast, the ending of this podcast, the voyeurism and the choosing of the victims, the evidence, the defense. It is her job to get Kohberger off best that she can. And the OJ move will possibly be what she will try to do. Because that is why he wanted to come back to Moscow to stand trial. He's going to try to fight everything brought forward. He will bring forward a narrative. As I said, he's going to do a Casey Anthony. Per evidence, he will whisper in the attorney's ear why that is so. The sheath was left, I don't know. Was it my knife? Maybe my friend, neighbor stole the knife. Stay woke. As Nancy says, in order to catch the vermin, you got to think like a vermin. So that's what he's going to do. That's why he wanted to come back and hear the evidence. Somebody stole that knife. Yeah, I had one, but it was stolen from my apartment, my car. Stay woke. Now he's got to fight any evidence in the room on the victim. God forbid there's semen, urine, his blood mixed in with the victim's. She's got to be very crafty, I must say, to explain why her client's blood is mixed in with the victims. We are believing that the two young ladies on the top floor, Maddie and Kaylee, were the first because of the sheath lying beside Maddie. Naturally, he had to take the knife out the sheath, so he sat the sheath on the bed. And then he did his dirty business, made his way downstairs, bypassing DM's room, which is very strange to me. And then he goes to Xana's room, takes care of business with she and Mr. Chapin, and then comes back out of there. She's standing in the doorway. He gives her a pass. Very strange information. But you also hear that his footprint was standing at her door. So could that footprint be he was wanting to enter her room during the commission of the murders. He tried the door handle. It wouldn't open because her door was locked. Did he do this when he first walked into the house? He went directly to her room first, but didn't want to bust in, ask to make noise. But then that makes no sense because you're in there having control of the situation. So what do you care about busting in a door or jimmying in a lock? Stay woke. You had to have known that there would be multitude of people there because several cars are parked outside in the drive. You don't know who's in there. You don't know who could have had a gun, a pistol, stun gun, BB gun. Stay woke. But he went in anyway. He went in anyway. Even with all the cars in the drive, he went in anyway. Brazen. Godlike complex. I'm going in. I'm taking down whomever and I'm coming out. But the biggest mystery is leaving one alive. So as I said, the footprint at the door, which is evidentiary material, wasn't when he first walked in. He went to DM's door first, realized it was locked, went upstairs to that floor, killed those girls, then came back down. Did he try the lock again? Or he went on around to Xana's room, took care of them, came back out. She's now standing in the doorway. That would lead me to believe this is when he was exiting from Xana's room after killing she and Mr. Chapin. And I find this very hard to believe that an animal would kill 4 people and stand toe-to-toe with another live flesh, blonde hair, and do nothing. This is strange to me. And walk past her out of the slider door. And yes, some of us are questioning why he spared her and why she did not lock the glass door. But as I've said, did this door not lock? Was she in fear of even going near the door? Somebody mentioned, did he come back in? And that's where the footprint came to, standing at her door. I do not know. But we do know he did return to the scene at 9 a.m. in the morning. Also, cell phone data to show when he left Pullman, Washington, and made it to the general residence at 9 a.m. He stayed there for about 14 minutes or so, or less. Why did he return? Was he coming to get the sheath? Was he looking down the street thinking he dropped it from his person? Because we do not know where he parked his car. So perhaps he came in the general area that morning looking for the case that the knife connected to the knife. And then he thought, can't go back in the house because it's daylight. Somebody will see me. Because we know if he had went back in, he would have found the sheath lying on the bed next to Maddie Mogan. So what was the point of returning? Most will believe it was the glorifying moment. Let me see the after effect of my handiwork. Police, ambulance, people outside crying, screaming. That's what he wanted to see. And I do believe he went to the memorial at the gymnasium to bask in the glory of killing these kids. But once again, what would the defense look like? How is she going to dispute bloody footprint at DM's door? Fingerprint on the button of the sheath. Any other evidentiary material in the rooms with the victims as blood, semen. And when I say semen, it goes to voyeurism for those who are a little slow. He could have ejaculated while killing the kids. He could have ejaculated after killing the kids. He's been watching them. He's a sadist. He's sick. He made entry into the apartment. You don't know what he did when he got into that house sexually. Just because there's no sign of rape or semen inside of the victims, it does not mean he did not ejaculate in the room. He could have urinated in the room, as I've said in my previous lives. You don't know him, and you don't know what he did once inside of the house. Because many killers do different things with their victims. Some pose the victims, urinate on the victims, ejaculate on the victims, ejaculate in the room, ejaculate on their clothes. You don't know what he did in a restroom, if he went in a restroom and did anything. You don't know if he touched something else inside of the house, the kitchen. You don't know if he took a memento or not. Each killer does different things. Cut hair, cut body parts. Pose the victims. Although he was in there a short while, he still could have urinated and or ejaculated on the victims and or in the rooms. What would the defense look like? What is it going to look like? Will this be a winded trial? Will somebody look at the evidence and say, I don't think so? He could be innocent. But how are you going to refute the evidence? Because one, we do not know the other evidence that they have against Mr. BK as far as blood. Voyeurism, peeping Tom. I brought you information at the beginning of this live stream pertaining to the definition of a voyeur and a peeping Tom. Both are related to sexual gratification from watching a victim, a person. How long did he actually watch? They're putting this time frame at June. So now we have to ask, when did he touch down Washington soil? How did he come to choose these young people? How did he come to choose these kids? Many are speculating social media, but I have not heard from the police, and it was not mentioned in the affidavit. And as Nancy has kindly told us, it doesn't have to be mentioned in the affidavit, and it doesn't have to be mentioned in court, a motive. But naturally, the prosecution will try his or her best to give a motive for why he chose his victims. So how did he choose them? What is the nexus between BK and the kids? Did he watch them on social media? Did he pass them in the street somewhere shopping? Because you've got to try to connect the brazenness of going to this general area 12 times. And as you hear in this commentary, the defense may refute the 12 times and the data of why he was on King Road and the general area in Moscow. He could make up anything. I was sightseeing. I went over to this town because the school was recommended for this or this or this program. He will come up with a multitude of answers of why he was in the general area, why his car was at the scene, why his car was running around in the dark between 3 and 5 a.m. from Pullman, Washington to Moscow, Idaho, to the other towns listed in the affidavit. What was he doing? Why would it take you over an hour to get back to your house when it's only a 15-minute drive, depending on how fast you drive? And I believe at this time of those pinpoint cell towers, this is when he was discarding the weapon on November 13th. When did he come to Pullman, Washington? How and when did he choose the victims? Why did he choose these kids? Was one or more the target? And how did he know he could enter inside of this house? Very interesting information. Because the eyewitness says he left out the glass slider, which is on the second level. So you have to use deduction of how he entered into the house. So one would speculate he entered through that same second floor slider. So the obvious question is, how did he know to go in that door? How did he get in without breaking in a window or that door or the front door? How would he know that door would be unlocked? We hear that Xana ordered DoorDash and was on a TikTok at 412 via phone data. So he was in the general area or at that house watching, I do believe. There's data showing him leaving Pullman, Washington at 2:47 a.m. It only takes about 11 minutes to get there. We do believe he drives fast, so he was probably there in 11 minutes or so. And I do believe he waited possibly after 4 to get in the house because police were in the area tending to some drama with some young people down the street. But he was in that demographic after 3 a.m. doing something. So what time did he get on the property? Was he standing out there gawking when DoorDash showed up? Did he pretend to be the DoorDash guy? Did that ever occur to anybody? Could it be he saw the DoorDash guy leave the food and he pretended to hold the food? I don't know, because I don't know where he was standing when the DoorDash people came. Was he riding around at the time looking for a place to park? Did he park up at the apartment complex? Did he park across the street near the blue dumpster? Or up the street by the apartments, down the street, already on the property, standing somewhere, gawking? And where did the DoorDash deliver the food? The front door, or did Xana ask him to come around to the slider door and leave it there on the ground or on a table or a chair? See, those are the questions you have to ask because you're trying to figure out how he got in his house without breaking in and how he chose these kids. Social media is the main suspect of how he came to find the kids. Maybe he saw a post of one of the young ladies. He became fascinated with one of them, watching their live streams. Because when you post publicly, anybody can have access to your profile and your pictures, lives, etc. 2, he traveled to Moscow deliberately hunting prey. Did not want to hurt or kill anyone where he slept, which was Pullman, Washington. Same MO as Theodore Bundy. Which is it? Found him on social media or drove to Moscow deliberately looking for prey. Drove by the street, just riding around, got a view of the balcony or one of the girls coming and going in the house, and decided to study the house. Because I do believe he was seen on other streets near King Road, driving slowly, from my understanding, weeks ago when the information got out about the car. But something that puzzles me about the DNA collecting is that when you read the affidavit, it shows that one of the Washington State University police officers got information about the bolo of the car because the police departments got the information first before we got the news. And then another officer got wind of the car, saw the car. I'm trying to understand, why would they not go watch him then when they got a make on the tags and try to collect evidence then around the 25th, 29th, 28th or 29th of November? Because Moscow sent out information to area police departments on the 25th of November, 12 days after the murders. The college area police got wind of his vehicle at student housing. So I'm wondering why they didn't say, well, let's watch this person, see what he does, see when he goes to the trash bin, and just collect information or trash. Because we knew that they had 22,000 cars in the database. But when Moscow sent this information out, the police officer at the university, they were looking in their databases of anybody that had a white Elantra. So I'm wondering why there was no gathering of any of his personal trash just to see. Because really you don't need a warrant to look in a dumpster. You'd only need a warrant to go in his house or apartment to gather information. But the dumpster is free range. So I'm wondering why they didn't gather information from him going to the trash bin just to see what he was emptying, just to get a DNA collection, and also watch him. Because if you didn't get a lot of people in the general area with that kind of car, seemed like to me you'd say, let's watch this guy here. And it would be interesting to know, had they watched him, had they followed him back to Moscow when they had the memorial. So did he find him on social media? So one would say, well, yes, I think that's how he found them. So let's say he started watching one of their profiles. How did he know how to make it to 1122 King Road from watching the profile? Could it be they're showing the house in the videos, live streams? Slip up and give the address on a live stream. Talk about their work on the live stream. Post something about their work. Or that they're students. And he watched, listened, and drove to Moscow to investigate the social media profiles and what entailed in their posts. Because you see, as I've told you, that when you talk a lot and tell things, people can piece things together. Background, what's in your background can tell where you work, where you live. So I'm wondering if that is how he found them. Watched the posts, looked at the background of the house, sitting outside, they're partying, laughing, slip up and say something about where you go to school and work. So now he knows. Is it also on their profiles that they are students at the university? Number one. Two, you posted that you work a certain place on your profile. So he already knew by reading the profile where you work, where you live. And foolishly, people put their town where they live. So now he knows where you stay, 15 minutes away. Now you're watching the profile posts, video, live streams, and you're posting places that you're going or where you work. So now he has an idea or verification of something to go watch, such as workplace, school. Did he ever go to the university itself and watch any of them at the school? Any of the jobs, drove by, watched, called in, asked for somebody's schedule. Which one was the target? Because all the focus has been on Kaylee and Maddie. Did he see anything in the post and profile that turned him off? Something angered him in the profiles. The way somebody looked, the makeup, the hair color, the stature, the interaction with the friends conversations? Did he watch so long to where he became disgusted in watching these people fraternize with one another? Did he become jealous of one or more of the victims? He didn't like their interactions with one another. He didn't like the way they looked. Maybe he really liked the way they looked, but he felt like they wouldn't like him, wouldn't be turned on by him, wouldn't be attracted to him. I'm not their type of guy. Did he fraternize deliberately with anybody affiliated with the kids? Did he know that all 6 lived in the same house? Because what is interesting is that if we are looking at photographs of all of them, all the roommates, five girls in a photograph, one male, Ethan, boyfriend of Xana, then perhaps he fixated on the photograph and knew who all lived in the house. And this is where the past comes in to leave two survivors, alive. And I thought about that yesterday. What would make him not kill this girl and the other roommate? Did he deliberately know everybody in the house by face? And why did he spare 2? Because if he was watching these kids, he had to have known they were all friends, number 1. Number 2, they all resided at that house. Number 3, he watched the house 12 times by data and phone pings, puts him there in the general area. He knows the cars. Stay woke. He knows the cars. He has seen them getting in and out of the cars. They have data to show he's been at the house morning and nighttime after 10 p.m. watching the house. Did he ever try to breach the house or door? We get information from Xana's mother that the father went to repair a door for Xana a weekend before the murders. So what was that about? Faulty lock? Maybe slamming it too hard or something. The door got messed up, the handle, the lock. Why was the lock messed up? Did he try to repair any other locks at the house? But we know that this would be up to management to fix the main entry points, locks, and doors. So what all was the father trying to accomplish with Xana's door? Did somebody make entry into the house to try to enter in a locked door? What will be disturbing is if we find out he was watching these kids at a time when they were not at the house. And one would have to say that would be very interesting and very risque to try to enter the house during daylight savings time when people are coming and going and have different schedules. Because everyone is not going to have the same school schedule. So these girls will be coming and going at different times of the day, afternoon, and night. Thank you very much, Linda. So imagine had he entered this house just to walk around. Many people are questioning the layout. How would he know about the layout? Why did he go to the 3rd floor first? If we're to believe that they were the first ones harmed because the sheath is by Maddie's body, well, you can go to apartment.com and Zillow and get a visual of the house. So if I got a visual weeks ago, then that means the perpetrator got a visual of the house. So he didn't need to go inside of the house. And it was speculated by many that the perpetrator knew the victims. But then you had some experts that would say, not necessarily so. That's your assumption that the perpetrator knew the victims. The victims know the perpetrator. And now you find out it was no Jack and Jack no fraternity mates, no Idaho students from the university, no neighbors, no family members. A random stranger from the state of Pennsylvania attending Washington State University and just recently moved. Checkmate. Because you don't know people. You're going by the stats that most people are murdered by people that they know. But in this instance, 4 children were murdered by a complete stranger. He watched for months on end, allegedly. Data has put him in the general area of the house and that house 12 times. And I'd like to know the dates of those pings. What is the actual month he started riding by 1122 King Road? Did he ever get out of his car and walk up to the house, knock on the door? Did he ever walk on the back side of that house? Because that's the most interesting part of the story. Besides the murders themselves, it's the fact that the party scene is on the back side of the house, not within view of the road. Now, naturally, you can see the back of the house coming up King Road from the corner and other vantage points of people who live nearby. Factor in binoculars, telescopes, you could get a bullseye view of what each person looked like and who was visiting, hanging out, going in and out of the doors, the sliding door. But from the street, you can't see anything. So did he drive up a side street at the back of the house, parked his car somewhere on a neighboring street, and walked through the woods and stood and gawked without being detected? Because during the month of June up until October, there would have been full foliage on the trees. Great vantage point to disguise oneself in the greenery and watch. Take notes. Listen to conversations. Gather information to execute the plan to enter the property. How did he come to know these kids? Did they do or say anything on social media that angered him? Say something about a certain type of person. Any type of political conversation. Their type of man that they liked, didn't like. Made a sour joke. He became offended. Or it was just he wanted to find someone, plural, to kill. And these were the unfortunate victims. And when you're dealing with a sick mind, the motive won't matter. The people won't matter. Because he doesn't care. And many sadists have shown you that. If it was not her, him, whomever, it was going to be somebody. And that's what many of you are going to have to accept about a sadist. If it's not Susie or Mary or Joan, it will be somebody else. And it will be somebody else mourning their child, their kid, their friend. That's the gist of the story. It's that if it was not these 4, it was going to be somebody. And I have a gut feeling that they were not his only targets. That perhaps he was also looking at other young girls and women in Moscow, Idaho. Because if he was driving around different streets, he could have also fancied someone else. Because I thought I heard that initially weeks back that he was seen driving down some area, which drew someone's attention to his car, and that he was driving by very slowly by an apartment complex. And this said person gave up video footage of his car. So will we also find out during the court proceedings that he was also stalking other people, other women? Thank you for joining me. You are currently listening to The Vault. I will now bring you commentary pertaining to another infamous serial killer who was a voyeur and got gratification, sexual gratification, watching victims. One second. Thank you all so much for your time. Voyeur turned serial killer. First Blood. A&E is the source.
South Shreveport. Probably a middle income, low crime area. Friendly people, got along, liked each other. It was surprising something happened in this type of neighborhood.
A neighbor noticed the newspapers were piling up in the driveway at the house across the street. And the cars hadn't seemed to move. So the neighbor, curious about potentially something being wrong, went over and looked through the window, and what he saw shocked him. There was a pool of blood on the living room floor. When detectives first walked through the door, it's just an absolutely horrific scene.
Inside, they find the Grissom family. Julie Grissom, age 24. Tom Grissom, age 55. Julie's father. Sean Grissom, age 8. Julie's nephew.
In the living room, they find 8-year-old Sean Grissom. He's in a position that looks like his hands were behind his back at some point.
The little boy stabbed with such fury and force till the knife went through his body into the floor a few inches. This stuff stuck in my mind. I'm not able to get rid of even to this day.
Moving on, they find Tom Grissom in the utility room lying on his stomach. He's got a stab wound to the lower back. They move down the hallway to the back bedroom, and they find Julie Grissom lying on the bed, and she has a number of stab wounds to the back, but she's lying on her back.
The girl had been sexually assaulted and killed with a large knife. That's not a burglar. That's not a burglar. Most of you burglars are not killers. If they get caught to this run, this is a heartless kind of crime. The triple homicide, three people dead at once. It was unbelievable. I went outside and cried. I hate to do it. A girl got killed and a man got killed. That little boy, he's just 8 years old. How could you do that? How could you have so much evil in you to kill some little child like that?
November 1989. 26 years before First Blood, 1963. Shreveport, Louisiana. Danny's childhood. This is the story of Danny Rowland. Thank you for joining me. Welcome to the vault.
Danny Rowland's father, James, was a police officer. And Danny told me that his father at times was his hero, but at the same time, he was, quote, a cold-hearted bastard.
Dad had to have control over every aspect of our life, every thought, we weren't allowed to have an individuality in the Rowland home.
When his father came home and took off that police uniform, he expected to have dinner on the table and for everybody else to just let him alone.
Danny was always trying to make his father happy, but he never could.
One of the things that we learn in just basic psychology is when you don't get the reinforcement from something positive, individuals, and Danny was one of them, would start engaging in behavior that he'd get attention for, but it was not positive attention.
He would act out, cause a scene. It got to the point he couldn't go anywhere.
And Danny, corrected then, it was always harsh. The actor with a belt. And he got worse.
Danny said his father was very unpredictable.
Danny got a puppy one time. I think he just found it. Went to school, I think it was, and when he came in that afternoon, he ran out in the backyard and he asked his daddy, "Where's my puppy?" And his father walks up and showed him a hole in the ground. He had killed it. Whatever Danny had at that time to make Danny happy, Mr. Rowland had destroyed it.
And so we have Danny always fearing when his father or how his father is going to react.
Detectives, when they are examining this crime scene, are clearly examining the bodies. Sean, the 8-year-old, is fully clothed. Tom Grissom is also fully clothed. But Julie Grissom,
Download the Domino's app today and become a piece.
Sorry about that intermission. This is the first killings pertaining to Danny Rowland. He's the one that killed these young people down in Florida at a university. And I'm just bringing you a synopsis of this first kill. Killing a family inside of a house. The brazenness to walk into someone's home and kill them cold blood for no reason. Thank you for joining me.
they also noticed tape residue on Julie. At some point, both of her wrists were bound together and there was duct tape over her mouth. So whoever did this has taken the tape with them.
So apparently they had some knowledge of what detectives look for at a crime scene.
When you see an offender like this who is engaging in sexual assault and then has a very definite ritualized behavior in essentially the posing of the victim, I'm seeing a sexual sadist. And those kinds of offenders are very dangerous because they engage in a lot of planning and are forensically astute.
Well, that kind of person could kill again, too. It's all the markers of a serial killer.
Home was not a safe place for me. The night it held a place where I could go and I could feel at ease.
When he was about 9 years old, Danny started roaming the streets to get away from the home. He started looking in windows and saw a family of four eating dinner together and started to fantasize that he was inside just to become part of someone else's family.
He was always looking for somewhere to feel welcome.
Former friend, Cindy.
He acted so strange. He knew how to act around normal people.
One night,
I'm going to pause here. A couple of minutes left, 12 minutes left. As you hear, he's looking for something in life, Danny Rowland, searching for something. He's growing up in a household with a cop father who's very cruel and mean. The father kills his animal one day while he's gone, returns home, I believe from school, kills the animal, throws it into a grave. So now you have a child who has just discovered their pet being murdered by their own father. Angry father. You see, one thing begets another. He grows up with an angry cop father to then become a sadist and a killer, serial killer. And 9 times out of 10, the father, Mr. Rowland's father, the cop, he had a horrible father. You see, it's sins of the father, the mother. The cycle continues, the abuse, the anger. So he had an angry father. He then grows up to become an angry adult. And you see, he did not have a difference of who he wanted to kill. He killed whomever. Father, daughter, nephew in a house. Young people that were college students in Florida. No one was safe. So you see, sometimes it's not even just a certain type of person that the perpetrator will choose as a victim. It's whomever is in the way. Danny Rowland. A&E is the source of this information. Thank you for joining me.
He happened to come across a house where he observed a female who had just come out of a shower. That was the first time that he got some sexual gratification and aroused. He went back to that same house, I believe the next night, because it was so exciting to him. And then this became the pattern after that.
So you hear, as a young man, he became a peeping Tom. Was BK a peeping Tom while in Pennsylvania, growing up as a child, teenager, and young man? Because as I've told you before in a live stream, that when you look through a window, store window, you may fancy something in the glass. Pretty dress, pretty pants, suit, outfit, pair of boots, shoes, whichsoever. And at some point, you're going to get tired of just looking through the glass at the items. You're going to want to go inside of the store. Stay woke now. You see, you can only look through the glass so long that you're going to want to touch what's inside of the glass. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? How long can you continue to stand and look through the glass? That is what happens with a sadist, a predator. He can no longer look through the glass. He must go inside to touch the merchandise. And that is what you have here with Mr. Danny Rowland and so many other sadists, rapists, and serial killers. That they are peeping Toms, voyeurs, and there comes a point when they are no longer satisfied with looking through the glass, the window. They must go inside to touch the merchandise. And yes, these people are objects to them Because once you decide that you must take the life of the person, that is all you saw them as in the first place, was an object.
He's clearly progressing, going from one relatively benign event to beginnings of becoming a sex offender.
Shreveport, Louisiana, November 4th, 1989.
Danny had seen Julie and he followed her home.
Danny is wearing a mask and he's got a large military knife. So he's a very terrifying character. He walks Tom, the 55-year-old father, into the utility room and he stabs Tom in the back. He moves Julie to the bedroom and then he dispatches Sean, the 8-year-old.
I asked him years later, why did you feel a need to kill the father and the young child? And Danny told me because they were in the way.
Exactly, in the way.
Now he was in the position that he wanted. He had Julie in the bedroom by herself.
He cut off her clothes and her underwear, and that's when he sexually assaulted her. And he got some kind of gratification from being able to have her afraid of him rather than the usual, that he was always intimidated by his father.
And then he basically rolled her onto her stomach and then stabs her in the back.
He poses Julie's body, then he leaves under the cover of night.
He wasn't panicked, he was careful, and he's a lifelong peeper and prowler.
He told me that he was proud of what he did.
3 people, father, daughter, and nephew.
Happen in your young life, come back and form part of your personality.
The sexual disorder is what we call voyeurism, and it's of a severe nature. It almost became a compulsion with him.
His appetite couldn't be sated until such time as he began to commit the murders.
Danny chose the most abject, horrible way that these people could die. And he was fine with it because it made Danny feel like he was the one in control.
It is ordered and adjudged that the defendant, Danny Harold Raleigh, is hereby sentenced to death.
All of these crimes warranted the death penalty. It was that heinous.
Danny Rowland is executed October 25th, 2006. All right, everybody. A&E is the source. Voyeur turned serial killer. That's a brief synopsis of Danny Rowland, who killed a family in Shreveport, a girl, her father, and her nephew. He also stabbed these people to death, and he posed the body. Everyone has their own choice of weapon used in a murder. As you hear, Mr. Rowland used a knife. BK used a knife from the Idaho 4. And you hear this gentleman who asked him specifically, why did you kill the nephew and the father? And he said they were in the way because his target was the young girl. He obviously had been following her, watching her. And on this fateful evening, he followed her home. But there were other people in the house. There's no message up here. Right, let's see what else we can find out about this because I'd like to hear more information pertaining to the girls that were murdered in Florida. Thank you for joining me. The link is in the chat if you'd like to give your commentary. We've got the full episode of the Gainesville Ripper. I wanted to get a little commentary pertaining to most of these are long. This commentary pertaining to Danny Rowland. Thank you for joining me. There's a lot of content pertaining to Danny Rowland. One clip says he sang at his execution. Dear God, that's just ridiculous. Let's hear a little bit about this. Danny Rowland brutally murdered and mutilated 5 college students in Florida, August of 1990. Several months before, killed a doctor, and a doctor had learned of his information. Thank you.
Marion County contacted me on a late Friday. They said they had arrested Danny Rowland, and they had some questions about his psychological status. Well, we started off talking about the burglary, and he admitted to doing that, and I determined that he was competent. As I was going out the door, he asked if he could speak to me about some other crimes that he had committed that were unrelated to the Marion County crimes. I think he felt like he needed to talk to a mental health counselor of some type. He asked me if he did tell me about those, would they still be confidential? I explained to him that it was by law confidential and that I would not be able to share that information. He began talking to me about that he had killed and sexually raped several people. It was unfortunately the victims in Gainesville. He went through every detail of every case. The way he told the story was horrific and obviously disturbing and upsetting, despite the fact that I worked on numerous homicides before. This was one of the worst I've heard. I tried when I was listening to remain as neutral as possible and not show my own emotion. And so when I left the jail, I sat down in my car and I broke down. It was very difficult. This man just killed 5 people. He also admitted to me that he killed 3 people in Louisiana, raped several of them. And I knew Danny could possibly get out of jail for the armed robbery, although they had a lot of evidence against him. I felt right away that I had a great burden, but I also had some ethical concerns because I knew that I could not share this information with law enforcement, with anybody other than the defense team. I struggled with that. I was thinking, what if I made an anonymous call to law enforcement? So I went to talk to the chief judge in Alachua County, and I spoke to him hypothetically about where my responsibilities are, and he confirmed what I thought, that I just can't tell anybody what I learned. It could also mess up his case. If information that I obtained confidentially was shared with anybody, especially anybody in law enforcement.
All right, everybody. Trying to see if that's the end of that discussion. All right, that's that information pertaining to Danny Rowland, psychologist speaking, talking to the now deceased. Thank you all so much for joining. Hour and 34 minutes into this live stream. I brought you information pertaining to Kohberger and his defense team ordering a gag order in this case where no one else can speak on the evidentiary material. She made sure she and Mr. Kohberger are the reasons that the cleanup of the house was halted last week, so she could send in investigators to ascertain the scene of the house. So it shows you Mr. Kohberger is trying to gain momentum in his defense in this diabolical case. What is the nexus between BK and his victims? How did he come to know these kids? Who was the target? Is it a case such as Danny Rowland? He fancied one, but the others were in the way. So one would say, but that doesn't make any sense in this case because he left 2 survivors. And if he was stalking them, or 1 or 2 or whomever, he had to have known how many people lived in the house at 1122 King Road. He had to have seen all the people in the pictures, talking, laughing, videos, live streams. So he knew who lived in this house, but he chose to preserve 2. Why is that? And it is not to show any disrespect to the survivors, but they have to be asking themselves, why are they alive? Why are my friends dead and I am breathing? And the families have to be asking this question. Why her? Why are these 2 alive and my babies are gone? What did my kids do to this Bryan Kohberger? He doesn't even know them. He's not their friend. He doesn't hang in their social setting. He was too old to be hanging with 20-year-olds. What did my child do to him? What did my child say to him? See, he had everybody fooled. A lot of you were running around, throwing daggers at innocent people, saying they were the killer. And all along, the killer didn't even know the victims. He didn't even know them. They didn't know him. They're just some people he plucked out of the universe and chose to be his victims. Because it's not always known that everybody knows their killer. The killer knows the victims. No personal vendetta. His vendetta was the world. Possibly women. Hatred for women. Certain type of women. His ideology of a certain type. But he doesn't know these kids. He did not know these kids from a can of paint. He didn't know what they liked, what made them happy, what made them sad. And it is horrific to know these kids were going about their business and had no idea the Reaper had been watching all along. That is the scary part of the story, besides the gruesome deaths, is that BK was watching them for some time. 12 times to the residents is extreme. And while he's supposed to be learning and going to school, being a professor's assistant, he's running around King Road, walking and gawking at these kids. Sicko wacko. And they're not even paying attention. How about that? Let's talk about that. Did any of them notice this fool walking about, peeping around on the property? Hindsight is 20/20. But you can't go back because you're not alive to go back. If any of these people had survived, could they say they saw Mr. Kohberger in their peripheral at one time or another? Passed them in the car, walking, at a job, at the school, shopping. Stay woke. This is diabolical at best. Because it's one thing for somebody to murder you But then to later find out that the perpetrator was stalking the victims and watching the victims' social media accounts and walking by their house and driving by their house and possibly walked on the property. Because that's going to be even more diabolical if we get information that he was seen on the property. Because what did I tell you about looking through the glass? You can only do that so long. You must get out. Go in. So what if he has been in the house, brazenly made his way in while those kids were in there or gone? Lord have mercy. Because if you're brazen enough to keep going by somebody's house and then go in their house and kill them, you would be bold enough to go in there before. Let me see if I can get in. What do they call it? A dry run. Oh my. The plot thickens. Did he do a dry run? Now imagine had he done a dry run in his house, what were you going to do if one of them popped up, come around the corner? Who are you? Would you have had your knife on you, Mr. Kohberger, to handle business? And I've played this over my head the past day of the surviving girl, and it's eating at me. Because if I'm to believe that the two girls on the top floor were the first victims, explain to me this going back and forth with a survivor in a locked room on the second floor. This is creepy as hell to me. You walk in, your bullseye view is of that door where she's locked inside, DM, allegedly. You go past that door, or do you not? Did you try to open the locked door, Mr. Kohberger? Thank you, Miss England. Exactly, Laura. That's where I'm going with that. Had he been in the house before and been rambling with the doors because the kids had keypad locks or locked doors? Had he been in that house before and the children weren't there and he's trying to enter the room? So if he's done that before, what was the motive? To lie in wait in the room, hide in the closet? Because each room had a closet, naturally. Because he sat outside the house one day for about an hour. What was he doing after 10 o'clock at night? Just watching. Where was he? Sitting in the car outside in the driveway? On the street? On the parking lot behind the kids? Did he sit in the car and just sit there? Did he get out and walk and look at the house? Or did he just go somewhere up in the woods by the trees, just stand and look for 1 hour? Because his phone pings there at 1122 King Road. That is the part that's more sickening than the murders. It's that he's been over there watching and looking. And we can't use, we're going to have to use deduction to say he didn't just sit in the car. He got out and he stood somewhere and looked. That leaves the apartment complex to the right. Possibly he drove up there, parked his car, and then walked over and stood in the trees and looked and overheard conversations. He had to have done something to know he could enter this house without being detected, tripping an ADT alarm or security system. Stay woke. Now you hear with this Danny Rowland, he followed this girl home, but you still have to know how to get into the house and to go undetected and also get your own self unalived. Don't you find this diabolical that anybody is willing to go in your house and not even know if they're going to make it out alive? You can't assume because you're going in a woman's house, she ain't going to give you a fight. She ain't got a knife. She ain't got a damn gun. She ain't got a damn Rottweiler pit bull. Stay woke. The brazenness is what fuels them. The desire to hunt is the fuel. I'm tired of looking. at pictures, live streams, TikTok, IG videos. I want in. I need in. And just because he did not penetrate the victims does not mean the crime is not sexual in nature. You can't be that slow to not think he was not getting a sexual gratification by stalking and voyeurism behavior and making entry into the house to kill the victims. Because you don't know him. And you don't know what he did while he was in there sexually. Doesn't have to be about penetrating the victim. Because we don't know if he's even ever had sex with a woman before. Dated a woman. We also have commentary pertaining to someone who went on a Tinder date with him. I will now read you that said information from Twitter. Thank you for joining me. You are now listening to The Vault. The link is in the chat if you wanted to give your commentary. You do not have to continue to chat and type in the chat. I'm giving you the option to be heard and give your commentary pertaining to the nexus between BK and the victims. Thank you for joining me. Let's see what Bryan is talking about. Rumors are circulating about the second page being blank in the originally released Kohberger affidavit and conspiracies about what could be on that page. The court says it was a blank page that was not part of the document. It was not a redacted page. Yes, I was curious about that redaction. This is on Bryan Enton's page. Thank you for joining me. There's some information from this one young lady, Grizzly True Crime. She posted some information. I want to try to repeat that pertaining to some young lady that went on a date with him. Thank you for joining me. Thank you very much, Powder Puff. And thank you, Jiggy England. Let's see. Trying to find this information about this girl. Whoever this date was with. This is from somebody that met Mr. Kohberger. Kept trying to touch me. Girl who went on Tinder date with Bryan reveals he told her she had good birthing hips. What kind of bullshit is this? Sounds ridiculous. The Idaho murder suspect Bryan Kohberger has been linked to a Reddit thread started by a woman who claims to have gone on a Tinder date with Kohberger. One reader of the Hobart News commented, "I went on a Tinder date with him and he gave me really creepy vibes and I was scared to ask him to leave, so I pretended to loudly vomit in the bathroom so he would leave." Very interesting information if that is true. He kept trying to touch me. Reveals he told her she had good birthing hips. Somebody else says he was painfully shy and kept to himself. Classmates, especially females, threw objects at him. Very interesting. What's so funny? What are you all laughing at? This is what happens when a person does not know how to converse properly with another person. He's talking out of turn because he doesn't know how to talk. If you've never been taught how to talk, to conduct yourself as an individual, then you would talk and say the most odd of conversations. He didn't know what to say to her because he hasn't had any interaction with girls, women. So that's the best he could come up with. You got great birthing hips. Basically identifying her once again as a machine, just somebody that can spit out babies. Because obviously he didn't know how to conduct himself. He doesn't know how to conversate with a woman. He doesn't have any conversation. So you don't know how he was treated as a child in his house. You don't know if he has a dominant mother and father or both, how they interacted with him as a person. You don't know what they taught him as a child. Yes, it is pitiful. You are a product of how you're treated. How you interact with people, how you respond to people, what makes you happy, sad, pop-off moments. All this comes from how you're treated as a person and a young person. All this forms your identity, how you learn to converse with people, such as you may talk a lot. You may come from people who are talkers. You were shy. You might be born with, you may have came from family members who was shy. He could have a shy mother. I don't know. Could have a docile mother. I don't know. He could have a extroverted mother, extroverted father. They could be talkers, but he was shy. He could have felt intimidated as a child. He could have had very boisterous, outspoken parents, which led him to be a quiet person. He's possibly never dated, never had a girlfriend, never took anybody to the prom, any type of homecoming dances. Everybody turns out differently, but it does not mean you have to become a killer. And I tweeted that today on Twitter. He chose to become a killer. He did not have to be a killer. He did not have to be a stalker. What you don't like about yourself, you can change. Once you become an adult, you're on your own. You can either help yourself, seek mental help, change your weight, change how you are perceived. That is on you. And that is what is expected of us as adults, no matter our past, how we were treated as children. When you become an adult, you are expected to behave as such. It does not mean you're going to always get it right, to make the right decisions financially, mentally, verbally, physically, scholastically, but that is what is expected of you. It's that you walk the tightrope. And we all have fallen short. There are many Kohberger'S walking around that are awkward, nerdy. But you do not have to become a killer. There's a difference. And if you see that you're having diabolical thoughts, you need to seek help ASAP. As we heard from Jeffrey Dahmer's father, Mr. Lionel, he told the world he also had homicidal thoughts as a young man. But obviously he controlled them at some point, and he never became a killer such as his son. But in the end, Dahmer was a product of Mr. Lionel and the erratic behaving mother. And I don't really know what was wrong with his mother. If she was mentally off. She didn't pop off until she got pregnant with Mr. Dahmer. I don't know. I don't know her. I don't know her assessment. But you are a product of your parents. The father was quiet. Jeffrey Dahmer was quiet. The mother was erratic. He became erratic when he started stalking people himself, fixating on controlling them. Didn't want them to leave. So now he's beating them up, killing them. But that shows you how sick he was, that he wants to control, to kill you, to then keep a dead body lying around and then cut up the body, eat the body, preserve the skull. Just far-fetched behavior. Sick behavior. You don't know people. And frankly, we are all lucky to be here because at some point we have all been in the company of a deranged mental person, sexual predator, sadist. They just didn't try us that day. Because we've all heard wicked stories about women being sexually assaulted, verbally assaulted, children being assaulted. And we knew of these people and crossed paths with them at some point in life. And it's very scary when you hear these diabolical tales of children being molested and hurt and harmed and murdered, people missing. You have crossed the paths with these perpetrators who are now walking free. And you did not know he or she had the capability to be this monster. It is no different in this case here with these children. They did not know Kohberger from a can of paint, vice versa. But on this fateful morning, he decided to execute them. And by the grace of God, he was caught. Because imagine had there been no bolo on the car, no video surveillance of the car, he would still be free. Now, they could have linked his DNA naturally through the ancestral to try to pin down a relative of anybody who gave their DNA in the ancestral database. But the point is, he still would have been walking around until somebody pinpointed him and started watching him, as what happened here. Started off ancestral DNA, and then it led to surveying the suspect and then retrieving his DNA from a garbage can. And 9 times out of 10, it's going to hold in court. And you did see that they did not mention that ancestral DNA in this affidavit because they ended up getting his DNA in Pennsylvania. And we do not know what he left behind at the crime scene. I got a feeling he left something. Now, it's speculation about the wound on the right hand that we see in the body cam of the traffic stops in Indiana. Did he cut himself on the right hand or anywhere else on his person? And as I said before in my live last night, the sheath is going to be very valuable in this case because it is what obviously held the knife. And the knife is the sheath is going to mimic the shape of the knife, as someone said in the chat yesterday. And the sheath is going to show how many inches the knife would have been to fit comfortably inside. And it will coincide with the measurement of the wounds of the victims. So he can try to come up with all type of fancy reasons why that fingerprint is on the sheath. His DNA mixed in at the crime scene. God forbid he didn't wear gloves. He left something. He left his footprint. Will they show pictures of him with the Vans on? See, he's not as clever as he thinks he is. Did he keep the Van shoes? Stay woke. Did he try to clean the shoes? Vans cost a little bit of money. He didn't want to throw those shoes away, saturated with blood or not. Stay woke. Many perpetrators keep their shoes. Yes, they do. They attempt to clean them. We also get information he tried to clean the car several times. He's been seen cleaning the car. Sorry, Kohberger, that ain't going to work. Because any DNA that's left in that car that you thought you cleaned up, when they spray it with luminol, it's going to show the smears of the blood. And they're going to test it to see if it's human blood that was left behind inside of the car in the swipes. You forgot we're in modern day, sweetheart. And the fact that you tried to apply for a job at the Pullman Police Department in the logistics department of gathering data, that goes to show also your unique fascination with trying to execute being a killer. You were trying to do anything you could to learn more about how to get away with murder. That's why you applied for that job as an intern at the police department. Exactly. Whatever happened with Bryan Kohberger before November, last week rather, is null and void. Whoever he was, his interactions with people, doesn't mean anything because he has now been apprehended. He has left behind evidence at the crime scene. You do not know what they have found in Pennsylvania or in his apartment. through data, searches, letters, journals, any type of evidentiary material from the crime scene at the house, you don't know. And I have a feeling they have quite a bit. Because people like him are sloppy. And it's obvious he's sloppy. Because the one thing he didn't even think about was actually being seen going and coming from Washington to Idaho. How could you think you were going to murder some people and not be seen going and coming from 1122 King Road? It's foolishness. There are cameras everywhere. Street lights, businesses, doorbell cameras, home cameras. You'd have to have been a fool to think you would not be seen coming and going up and down that street. And it's no telling who the eyewitnesses are to say how many times they saw your car go up and down King Road. Thank you, Smokey. You may have snuffed out 4 innocent people, but you did not get away with it. And that's what counts the most. We know that God is taking care of those other 4 children, and they may be missed by their families and friends. But in time, these people will heal, and they will be able to just hold on to the memories of their children and their friends. And maybe it won't hurt so bad sometime later down the road. So we will pray for their journey without their children. But you, sir, you're a done deal. You're now in a box, and the only thing that you can focus on is how many vegetables you can pop into your stomach. And frankly, Moscow Police Department, you are doing a disservice to the victims by catering to his vegan diet. Who gives a shit? Nobody cares about him liking vegetables. That means nothing to me, and it's really irrelevant. And it's disrespectful to even be discussing a vegan diet of a mass killer. You kill those kids, you snuff them out, and you brutally stab them to death. And you have the nerve to sit up in court willing and dealing about a search of a house where you are the reason that the house had to be cleared in the first damn place. You killed those kids, and you know you killed them. And you should confess and tell the truth and save the taxpayers money on trials and appeals. This county doesn't have any money to cater to you. And the fact that they had the nerve to talk about going out into the public, to public restaurants to get food for you, there's no fucking way I would ever give up food to the county jail for him. Yes, I did. Thank you very much, sweetheart. Likewise. And if you're a fool in this restaurant game to give up food for Kohberger, you need to have your ass whipped. You will eat what they have at that jail, or you don't eat at all. That's my stake on that. You've been listening to The Vault. In this commentary, I bring you the defense's stance with an order on a gag order. She and her client, Mr. Kohberger, did not want law officials to continue talking about the evidentiary material. And she also and her client wanted the cleanup at the house to halt, as so she could send in investigators and herself to examine the home. As you've heard, mattresses have come outside of the house a day or so ago, and that's been taken to a certain area, keeping area. I've also discussed the nexus between BK and the victims. Thank you, Thumbelina. What was the nexus between the perpetrator and the victims? Why did he spare 2 survivors, 2 roommates? Because if indeed he was following these children by social media accounts, he knew who all lived in the house. He knew what they looked like. He also got a general idea possibly of which rooms they were living in, because if he was carefully watching, he was listening to their conversations via social media. And at some point, perhaps they told on themselves in their live streams. So he knew the victims. He knew the survivors. He possibly knew the rooms they were in if he was watching carefully and trying to gather information. And he also went to social media, such as Google, and got a layout of the house, such as what we have done. So he put 2 and 2 together. And it's not very hard when people are vocal on social media. This is why I tell you, you have to be careful what you talk about in your live streams on TikTok, IG, and Facebook. You sit up on your balcony and you talk, and it's only a matter of time somebody's going to pinpoint where you live. And if you start talking about walking up 2 flights of stairs, 3 flights of stairs, they now will use deduction which floor you live on. Stay woke. And when you're living in a town of 26,000, how hard would it be to find where they lived? He did. And that is the scary part of this story. He found where they lived. So please be careful what you post to social media. Do not tell people where you stay. Do not post you're going out of town and traveling. You can't even post that you're at a football game in said places because you don't know who's watching you. Don't ever assume you cannot become a victim. Diane Johnson, how are you today?
Good. Good evening. How are you?
Fine. Should y'all take a mighty long time hitting that link?
I came on late and I wanted to listen to what you were talking about before I just.
Well, I've talked about the gag order and them halting the cleanup at the house. He and her both ordered that, and also the nexus between the victim and the perpetrator.
Scary. Really scary. Court TV put out a kind of a timeline today, and in the timeline, they were saying that, according to them, they were saying that the last surveillance video saw him at 4:04 in the morning, and then the next time they saw him was at 4:20.
Yeah,
and that means that he was in and out in less than 16 minutes.
Yeah,
crazy.
Yeah, probably less than that.
Yeah, because the last time they saw him in his car, and then the first time he was seen in his car.
Well, my thing is he was already there after 3.
Yeah.
Well, I have a problem is that if this girl gave information, this DM, Johnny on the spot, how is it that they assume that the murders took place after 3 originally? Because if she was getting up, she would have eventually checked her clock to see, I'm assuming, that it was after 4 and not 3. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, and I reread the affidavit yesterday, and she said that she was asleep she said everyone was in their rooms, asleep or in their rooms by 4, but then she woke up at 4. And I can see kind of approximately, nobody knows the time, but how can you be awake and know everyone's in their room, but then
How are you going to know that anybody's asleep unless you all are texting each other from the rooms?
Yeah.
And each person had a guess. So I would find that, I don't know, because I don't know their personalities and I don't really know their relationships with one another.
But in the same affidavit, she's saying that everyone was in their room, but she also woke up at the same time.
Well, you have to admit, and this is not to portray anybody living as a culprit alongside BK, but I just have a problem with the information now that I backtrack my memory to the police thinking this took place after 3, when all along she's already given testimony of what happened in the house before we even knew that she was living on the 2nd floor.
Yeah. Her testimony is contradictory.
Well, the police didn't help by saying 3 a.m. They should have never said anything. They should have never said anything about anything. But obviously, they assumed these kids were a target from whatever information source they got. But I don't see how you would know that they were a target day 1 and 2 because you hadn't done any DNA on the phones and devices yet. It would take a while to get that back. everybody's DNA of the data from their phones and where they had been, and you didn't have a suspect yet, so you couldn't put him at the scene just yet. So pings would take a while to come back on everybody's phone to see who was actually up and talking and what apps they were on.
Yeah. Yeah, all that probably takes a little time.
And I also find it interesting that by the 28th, 29th, they already had him pulled up his car tags and everything at the school. So I was wondering why maybe somebody didn't say, well, let's take a look at this guy since he is in close proximity to the crime scene and he drives this Elantra. Why not follow him and gather stuff from him emptying the trash? You understand what I'm saying? Because that's in the affidavit if you read it.
Yeah, and they may have, but just weren't able to gather anything.
Him going to the trash can?
Yeah.
Well,
and I think that is kind of along the same lines of how you were first, like saying, I'm not going to say anything about anyone.
No, because I didn't know the kids. See, just think about this. A lot of people were speculating, probably over at least 70% of people commenting, assumed that it was somebody that knew the kids or broke up with one of the girls. And now you find out it's somebody that was from all the way from a whole different side of the fucking country. This boy wasn't even a resident of this demographic. He just moved there months ago. And it looks like early on, him touching down, he started going over to this town for some reason, which we can assume it's these kids or one of these kids. Somebody says June, Nancy Grace says June, but I go back in the affidavit, I can't really see where it pinpoints June. All they have is that he opened up an account with AT&T in June. But it didn't really say that he was in Moscow in June. The first thing I saw was August when he got pulled over. And that was after 10 o'clock. And then there's another instance where he gets pulled over, and that's at Washington State. Pullman. He gets pulled over. Hello?
Yeah, I'm listening. I just didn't want to, I had it on mute, but I learned a lesson from you with this, because when I found out what he was studying,
yeah, he also applied for internship at the police department. You saw that too, right, in the affidavit?
Yeah.
This was the alternate plan. I don't think he really was going to really focus on the psychology of as a job. He was wanting to kill people, because why would you now want to be an internship and doing diagnostics at the police department? Think about that now. He wanted to learn all he could about preservation involved in a crime. That's obvious. I'm doing the background on killers. I'm asking people how they feel. I'm studying the human mind. And then now I'm going to try to get a job at the police department in gathering data and logistics. He knew exactly what he was doing. I'm telling you, he moved out there for that reason alone. That's what I think. This was all an intricate plan. When he put it into motion, I do not know. But he deliberately moved to Washington County to be a killer. He did not want to kill in his own stomping ground. He did not want to kill back in Pennsylvania. He wanted to make sure he was far away from anybody so he could do his thing, not be interrupted. I believe that. And I'm starting to wonder if he started stalking these kids back in Pennsylvania, because your accounts are public. No matter where he lives, he still could watch your account back in Pennsylvania.
I absolutely agree. I suspect that he was watching them from Pennsylvania because their lives were pretty public.
Yes. And every time you go into Facebook now, you could just pull up, McDonald's or a grocery store or anything, and somebody's public opinion comes up. You see what I'm saying? So who's to say that he didn't see their post while he was living in Pennsylvania as a student at the sales? And he was watching what they were saying and became fascinated and decided, you know what? Let me do my little homework. Let me see what's near Moscow, Idaho. Ooh, Washington State. Oh, they've got a psychology program, blah, blah, blah. See, you don't know. So now we have to wait to see what his searches turn up when he was in Pennsylvania, because he had to make a decision to choose this school for a reason. And Joseph Scott Morgan has said, why did he choose Washington State when there are other schools on the East Coast he could have easily attended?
Yep, I agree. Out-of-state tuition alone is crazy.
Coleman says when you post sometimes it shows your location. Well, that's why they ask you that when you're going in these apps, Twitter, all that, do you want to post where you're from? And you can also put it in there deliberately. I'm over here in Idaho, or I'm in New York. You can pick anywhere and put on a post when you're, before you put the post into, hit the send button. You could pick, like when you go on the IG, you could choose wherever you want to put the post is coming from or where your location is. So I got a feeling he was watching them when he was in Pennsylvania. I could be wrong.
Check-in. I checked into this restaurant, or
Yeah,
I checked
that's
into
what I'm saying.
that
That's what I'm
restaurant.
saying. So
Yep.
you got to ask yourself, why did he choose Washington State? Why was he following these kids before the 13th? Because for you to have 12 times on your phone registering at King Road, you were over there before the 13th. Why?
And right
And
before,
was he in his car?
as
walking?
soon as he got there.
That's what I'm saying. But I need to know the month he actually got there. Nancy Grace says June, but I haven't had a verification that it was June. I just know he opened up the account, but that was opened up in Pennsylvania, because you have to read the affidavit clearly. It shows AT&T, Albrights, Pennsylvania. It doesn't say Pullman, Washington, that he opened the account in June. He opened that over there, that number.
I mean, would he have the money to live in an apartment on his own from June to August? I mean,
See, that's the whole point. I don't even know how he's affording the apartment.
Yeah, me too.
I mean,
I'm
does he actually
wondering that.
get paid? Does he actually get paid as a professor's assistant? See, I don't know anything about all that, how that works. Okay. Somebody says he could have been seeking out sororities like Bundy. Yes, it's good to turn off your apps, locations. Yeah, because Google sent me something last night or early this morning about something about locations or something. Yeah, you don't need to be showing every time you go somewhere. Oh, it's talking about my searches and stuff I'm looking up, my data. I don't need to keep up with what I'm looking at because I know what I look at. It's no big deal. And I don't have anybody snooping around in my phone, you know what I'm saying, to be worried about what I'm searching for, because everything I search is pertaining to the stories I do. School grants, perhaps. Yes. Somebody says his dad knows about this too. Shani, what do you mean? Let me tell you what's getting ready to happen pertaining to the DNA at the house, as I played that briefly from Nancy Grace podcast. You know that they did the ancestral first and then gathered his own DNA from the house in Pennsylvania, correct? Hello?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay. Yeah, unmute yourself. Okay, so he's got to fight whatever evidence is in that house, right? I'm going to tell you what he's going to do. He's going to say his dad did that.
He's going to say his dad did what?
He's going to say his dad killed the kids.
Oh, his dad was... What day did his dad get over there?
It's not going to matter about that, sweetheart. That's not the point. He has to have a defense. He know he fucked up with the car running over there. He's got to find something to combat any DNA that's at the house. Although his fingerprint is on the sheath, he's going to say somebody stole the knife. So then he has to come up with a ruse to why his car, or let's say the car and the phone, pings there. He's going to say it's his dad and or somebody else trying to set him up. That's what he's going to say.
Yeah, that sounds likely. Which is even more
because
awful.
all it takes is one person to think he was set up. Somebody used him. Oh, he's quiet, he's shy, he ain't that type. Somebody's mad at him, blah, blah, blah. But see, what he don't understand is that he's left a blueprint either way. Car, phone data, his searches in his computer. You're going to have to prove somebody had access to your computer, your cell phone, and they were searching stuff for the kids, the address, you pulling up things on Facebook. You're going to have to prove somebody was in your apartment basically pretending to be you. And you're quiet and you don't fool with anybody. Who are you going to say was in your house and had access to your phone and your computer and your devices?
Hopefully one of the surveillance cameras actually caught him too.
Well, that's what was said on Nancy Grace, that well, what you're saying, you just said something after 4 to 4:20. Let me tell you something. The house that sits to the left, I always knew it played a pivotal role in this case. If they got audio, then they also have surveillance. Because I'm not going to have something just for audio without a visual. That makes no sense. So we got to wait to see if that audio also has a visual of Kohberger walking up to the property from the front of the house. Because that front door faces their driveway. This is why I told people not to keep talking about who had cameras and didn't have cameras in that neighborhood, because you were putting those people at risk when the killer was still loose. You think the killer doesn't know that house had a camera? Of course he did. And if he didn't know beforehand, he knew afterwards. So it was wrong for people to keep talking about those people's houses because you were putting their lives at risk. So now we have to wait to see how he entered the house, from the front of the house or the back of the house. But if they've got surveillance, it may show perhaps the tail end of his car, maybe going up that driveway to those apartments, and perhaps he parked up there and then walked down through the woods into the back of the house.
Yeah, it makes more sense to me too that he was out from the back, but I'm wondering maybe
But he still had to get up there somehow. So that's what I'm saying. Did he drive up the drive, park, and then walk down, through the hill? Or he came up from Willenta way and walked through.
And I'm wondering if he went back in the next morning, because he was there for
Yeah, but he couldn't have gone back in because he would have found the sheet up there on the bed.
I wonder if he made other mistakes too that we don't know.
Such as what?
Anything, maybe. Oh, this is the other thing, this is
oh my
what
God, look at you. Damn.
Because you're the one that made me kind of really thinking, well, some of the, like you were talking about, like the essay stuff, and that you didn't. Okay, so the other thing that when I was reading the affidavit again last night, that kind of stood out to me is that it mentioned both the bathroom on the bottom, or on the second floor, and on the third floor, but it didn't go into any sort of detail. And I thought that was kind of odd that they mentioned the bathroom, but didn't elaborate on it at all.
Yeah, I thought it was weird he mentioned the bathroom. That's what I think threw people off, making people think that's where Xana was found. That's why I tell you have to be careful in the wording, because he kind of goes around in his describing, walking up on the scene. So that's what threw people off, I think, which made people think that Xana was in the bathroom. That's what made me think, well, how would that girl not see her? Then you get up and pee, or at some point through the night. I think that's why people kept saying that a week or two ago. That made me wonder if somebody had been talking and telling something, because some people kept saying, well, the girl didn't get up and use the bathroom. She didn't get up and use the bathroom. Like, I wonder, why does everybody keep talking about that? That's strange to me.
Yeah, I'm wondering if something did happen in the bathroom.
Why? Why you say that?
Because he mentioned both of them. He mentioned the second.
I think what he was doing was he was trying to explain in the affidavit what everything looked like. Like, I walked here, over here sits a bathroom, over here sits a doorway. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you're setting the scene. It doesn't mean something happened in that room, but I'm letting you know what's there.
The third floor, the other detective pointed out to him the bathroom, and so that wording just kind of stuck out to me. Is all.
Say it again.
the other, in the affidavit, he mentioned specifically that the other detective pointed out the bathroom, and that's why it
Okay.
kind of stuck out to me.
Well, I don't know. I didn't really, he didn't elaborate for us to think that there was anything else going on nefarious in the restroom.
Right. But
Sheree, what are you talking about? An air tag? What's an air tag?
That's what you put on your luggage. If you have an air tag on your luggage and you lose it, you can track it.
Oh, I see. Track it. Well, I don't know. I don't think he really needed to track anything because he's been over there 12 times. If you can listen, if you could go to somebody's house 12 times, you could sit and follow them out. So you don't need any devices to track them. And if you're going to use that, he could have killed them out in the street. So see, that's another thing that's strange. Why didn't he try to kill anybody out in the street instead of at the house? Because you have to accept what is logical. That was a bold move to go to these people's home to kill them in that house with all those cars sitting in the driveway. You've had to have seen all of those cars while watching these kids. You had to have also known that men and women came in and out of there. Why in God's name on this one night, there are no parties, everybody's gone, he decides to kill these kids? And now this leads me to think, if they are known to leave the doors unlocked, maybe he was in there already.
I'm thinking that too. 16 minutes or less in and out.
Because that's cutting time, cutting everybody. And this also goes to show that possibly he was in there. And two, oh Lord, that girl was up while he was killing people. I have a problem with that. And I've told myself I wanted to be objective today in this live stream pertaining to the survivors, but you cannot dismiss the time. 4 o'clock to 4:20. It's 20 minutes that he was either outside, standing, sitting, or already in the house. So you've got to decide if he was already in the house, standing outside, sitting outside, maybe pretending to be the DoorDash guy, because that's a theory. The DoorDash guy could have left the food, and then this fool walked up or was already there outside looking and gawking and could have came to the door with the food, pretending to be the guy. You see what I'm saying? See, we don't.
According to the timeline of that Court TV said, he was in his car. At the last surveillance that caught him in his car was at 4:04, and then the next
that's probably him pulling. That's probably him pulling up and getting out.
Yeah.
So he parked somewhere. So that's my point. You've got to decide: did he make entry while these people were up? Because they were up. That's obvious. Somebody was up. So he either stood outside waiting when to go in, or he went in already and they're just in there. I don't know. I'm not here to say either way. I'm just giving the synopsis between 4 o'clock, 4:12. She's on TikTok. Was he already in the house? Was he watching the guy drop the food off? Did he pretend to be the guy and then bang on the door? She comes around. Xana opened the door. Just imagine if he pretended to be the the DoorDash guy. And she pulls that fucking door open. And he pushed his way in.
She's not the person. She's not the DoorDash guy. The DoorDash guy is the one that, according to the affidavit, the DoorDash guy contacted the police. So they're two different people for sure. Which is also odd.
Yeah, we already know that. I know that that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you don't know if the DoorDash guy stood and waited with the food or dropped it off. Now you understand what I'm saying? Oh,
yeah, because you don't have to be.
He's confirmed that he went there, but did he tell them, I stood there and handed her the food? Because a lot of people don't wait for the food. It depends on if you say, hey, just leave it outside. I know this because I've done that kind of work before.
Well, some people are DoorDash, I don't want to just leave it outside.
Listen, some people are specific. They don't want you to wait. They just tell you to sit it at the door, sit it in the chair. So you don't know if he dropped it off at the front door, he waited for somebody to open the door, or he went around the back and left it at the slider on a chair on the ground.
Oh,
so you
yeah,
don't know.
nope.
So that's where this part can come in. He could have pretended to see he could have seen the food left and went and grabbed it, and then she thinks he's there standing there.
Okay, I'm following you now. And that is in the timeline. You're right. That's an opportunity.
That's what I'm saying. Because he was already in the area after 3. That's in the affidavit. So you can't say where he was and wasn't. Because he made it there at 3 o'clock. So what was he doing for a whole hour?
That's an opportunity. Yep.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. He went there specifically. He left his house at 2:47. So we already know he only takes 15 minutes to get there. He drives fast. He's made it back before in 11 minutes. So he's there in the area for a whole hour. 1 hour and a half at least, or 1:20. So he's in the peripheral. And as Brittany said the other night, he probably got spooked when he saw the police fooling with those boys down the street. So he went and probably stood somewhere, hid somewhere, parked his car. So you don't really know anything. We don't know where the car was. We don't know where he parked. We don't know the entry, how he exited onto the property from the back toward the front to the back, stood and watched, stood by a tree, sat up on the hill in the back. So we don't know.
But 16 minutes would kind of maybe lead you to believe that
He did not leave at the front of the house because the witness says he left through the slider. Y'all don't pay attention. Y'all worried me to death about reading the damn affidavit, so I read it. She said he left out the slider. So what you got to ask yourself is, how did he enter in the house? Because if he was stalking around when the DoorDash guy got there, you don't know if the DoorDash guy walked up to the door or entry and gave the girl the food, or if he sat it outside and this fool picked up the bag pretending to be the DoorDash guy. Maybe that's how he got in.
We do know the DoorDash guy didn't stick around either. And he didn't pull his car in because...
So that's what I'm saying. Who's to say this nut was not, he was there watching and he pretended to pick up the food and stand at the door and knock. And maybe that's what they're saying when Xana said he's here. Since she don't know which one was saying it, her or Kaylee, which I find that very strange.
It doesn't make,
Linda,
you hear all this other
you don't know if the lights were on or off. Nobody knows if their lights were on or off in the house. If the kids were sitting in the dark in their rooms, nobody knows if it was light on or not. The only person knows is the DM girl. And the dead people, they're dead. They can't tell us if the lights were on or off, but they were up. Most of the people in the house were up. I believe that. Because in order to order food, you're up. In order to be on TikTok, you're up. They were up.
And then the girls texting upstairs too. They were,
Shawnee has a good point. If I'm going to kill someone, you think I'm not going to go into other rooms to see if I left witnesses. That's why I have a problem with this girl being alive on the same floor with 2 dead people. She was actually getting up in the commission of the murders. I have a problem with that. Because that changes the dynamic of the sound, who's up, who's asleep. She's now put herself at the crime scene. Not just in the house, but she's in the middle of 2 rooms with dead people. You can't ignore that. You just cannot ignore that. And you're opening and closing doors while the killer is in the house. Think about that for a second. He's in there. He's not out. If I'm to believe what she's telling us and what she told the police, you have been opening and closing the door while the killer was there. This is bullshit, man. This is crazy. It may not be nothing, but to me, it is something. Because what are the odds you are actually in between 2 floors of dead people, opening and closing fucking doors, and on the last round of opening a door, the killer walks by you, which makes me think he was coming from Xana's room, and you stood there and you two looked eye to eye and he gave you a pass? That's crazy to me.
She was smack dab in the middle of it.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. You're brave enough to open up your door, but you're not brave enough to call the police when he's gone.
That's what I'm saying. So if you're going to say I froze when I saw him, that means something inside of you kicked in to make you think he might be behind all this stuff I'm hearing that's suspicious. So hell yeah, I would have shut the door and called the police, and I'd have told the police, I'm not coming out this room until you identify yourself outside of my door.
Me too. Because it wouldn't have been safe for her to go out the door.
No, it wouldn't, because we don't know what all he had planned. If he wanted to double back, change his mind. Oh, fuck, I just saw that girl. You know, he may have been in a trance when he came up out of Xana's room. But I still find it strange he ain't saying himself, oh, here's another blonde-haired girl.
Yeah, I wonder if it didn't register in his mind. When
I'm saying he could have been in a frenzy. But what we're saying logically, it doesn't make sense because you just killed two people in a room. And if one was your target, you still killed other people. So what is the truth to the target? What is the truth to the target? One target, two target, three targets. And you leave this girl alive because she wasn't your target. Is that what we're saying? That I let her live because she was not my intended target. I knew about all 5 girls, but I spared the 2 because they're not the ones I wanted.
If she was downstairs, that would have made sense. But right. The fact that she saw him does not make sense.
No, but let's weigh all options. She's not my target, so I let her live. Are you not following? Because if you all don't want me throwing daggers, listen, if you don't want me throwing daggers at this girl, then that's the only way that's going to work. She wasn't my target, so I let her live. I know about her because I've watched her in the videos and the pictures. I didn't want her. I didn't want the girl on the first floor. I know what they look like. They weren't my targets. Are you following?
Yeah, and I was looking at some pictures yesterday too, and her body posture is different. Like in the last picture, she's away from everyone else, where everyone else is kind of leaning in to each other. She's facing away, and I thought that's kind of interesting. And I thought I want to look at some other pictures and see too. But
there's no way he didn't see her. There's no way, because she didn't say I had the door cracked and I was peeping out. It's not what she said. I'm in the doorway means what it means. Your door is open and you're standing in the doorway. He can't miss her coming from Xana's room. And that's the only way I'm going to believe that's how it happened. He was already killed Xana and Ethan. He's coming across through the living room. She's standing with her door open. He does have to pass her because the doorway faces the kitchen.
Yep.
The living room is next to the hallway. So he's coming through there. He had to have seen her. How could he not?
Maybe he threatened her and that's why she didn't call.
Okay, I got a knife in my hand and just killed 4 people.
I know.
Why would I not kill her? She's a witness. That makes no sense.
It doesn't to me either at all. That's what's rubbing me.
Because if you only had one target, as Danny Rowland said, I killed the others because they were in the way. Well, if he didn't have a one target, then he killed the girl upstairs as extra collateral. He went downstairs. That still makes no sense because if only one was my target, I wouldn't have no need to go over to Xana and Ethan's room. So I keep trying to tell everybody, pay attention. He's been watching these people. If he had a target, he had no reason to kill the other people. There was no logical reason to go around the corner and kill that girl and that boy.
But if we put the Jack in the Box or the DoorDash delivery in theory, if that was his way in, they were just barriers in his way to get to where he wanted to go. And that was the collateral damage. Like if that was his way in.
But guess what? The sheath is upstairs. So that means my theory, even about the Jack in the Box, is debunked. Because the sheath is upstairs. He had to pull the knife out up there. So that means he couldn't have pulled the knife out at the slider door and stabbed her. See where I'm going?
Well,
The
if it
sheath
was
is
on his,
upstairs, so that shows that he pulled the knife out up there first.
if it was on his belt, though, it may have been. He may have pulled the knife out downstairs and somehow.
No, that don't make no sense. You know that don't make no sense. The sheath is upstairs, sweetheart. Come on now.
I'm just, you
Weigh
know,
it out.
just
Weigh
the
it
whole
out.
thing is so.
Weigh it
Yeah.
out. That's why I tell you, you come up with the theory, then you debunk the theory according to what has been told to you. The sheath is upstairs. That's where I pull my knife out at. So that leads you to believe that's where the first kill is upstairs. That's why the
Yeah,
sheath
I agree.
is beside the victim. If I pulled the knife out at the slider door inside, the sheath would be somewhere in the kitchen.
Yeah. He may have gotten in, though, through, like you were saying, he may have gotten in through the DoorDash.
Well, I think he walked in the slider. I think he waited till everything got picked up, and then he made his way in, or he was already in. Take your pick. And maybe he was waiting for them to fucking go to sleep. I don't know.
No, he was in there between 16 minutes, but which is also scary.
He spoke to her. He spoke to an eyewitness and let her live. Think about what you're saying now.
Yeah, I'm saying I think
I try to make everybody think, because I'm listening to a killer speak on this live, and he said, I killed everybody because they were in the way, which makes sense. I'm not leaving you alive. You're in my way. I'm trying to get to the girl, not the kid, not the father. You're not who I want, but you're still here, so I got to knock you off to get to the girl.
and well, at least Xana was not asleep because she still had her food.
See, I don't even know where the food was. Was the food in the kitchen? Was the food in the room?
But to go back to what you were saying earlier, as far as like he may have been in there before.
I think he probably has. If you were bold enough to go this time, you were bold enough to go in there before.
Me too, and that's
It's
what
just,
really
it's an illogical thought, but it can't be illogical only because people do break into people's houses. So we know this. They either walk in because you left something unlocked, or they jimmy their way in. It's just the way it is. People break into people's houses all the time.
And they may not have even been there if he was there before.
And that's still risky. That's even riskier. You're going in there and don't know who's going to come in. They could have had somebody come in to paint, fix the plumbing. They could have had a bunch of guys come in. See, that's what's so interesting about this character. He didn't even give a fuck. Because if we find out he's been in that house before, that shows how brazen he really is. That he's willing to go in there when you ain't there. Because most people tell you, why would I want to go in your house and you're there if I was coming to rob you? But we know he wasn't going there to rob them. He was going there to kill them. So he didn't care.
And hopefully he wasn't there when they were there, because that just like turns my stomach even thinking about it. But 16 minutes, he was familiar. So that leads me to believe he was familiar. If he was in and out in 16 minutes or less. He killed 4 people in 16 minutes. And whatever else.
And left one alive.
But being in there and out there so quick, and what he did, it is brazen.
Yeah, but you can't explain leaving somebody alive. If I'm not wanting to get caught, I've also cleaned my car several times. Somebody has seen me. I drove all the way out to the boondocks to drop off a weapon. He didn't want to get caught. So why would you leave a witness? It took him 2 hours to get home, damn near. From the start at 2:47 to 4:48, his phone pings back at that Washington apartment. He's only on the scene killing people for less than 20 minutes, but possibly there around 3, why would it take you an hour to get home?
He didn't go straight home. He went out
Well, I
of
know
his
he didn't go
way.
straight home because the ping show he didn't. So that's why I'm trying to explain to the chat. If you read the affidavit, he got home an hour later. He only lives 15 minutes away. He went and got rid of his clothes, shoes, whatever, knife. Why would he leave a witness if I'm going to drive way out in the middle of nowhere to fucking get rid of a knife? I'm not going to leave you alive. So something is off.
Yep.
Nobody's getting ready to fuck with this brain here.
Then he does have that grandiose idea that he's...
Because it's either he wanted to leave her alive to show he was in charge, or there's something not told that's the truth. Take your pick. Because he's never going to tell you, I left her alive on purpose for my own grandiose reasons. Because he's never going to admit the truth until he's exhausted all measures and court appeals. You're only going to get the truth out of him when there are no more appeals.
He thinks he's in control of everything.
Exactly. So it's either he let her stay alive to show he had control of the situation, or there's more to the story than what is being revealed. Because I refuse to believe a person is going to be watching somebody for months on end, knowing all their friends live there, knowing there was more than one girl there. He knew that. If he watched them, he knew that. So he knew that. So we can't sit up here and just say he didn't know. Yes, he did. He knew exactly who stayed there and didn't give a fuck. So why the fuck am I going to walk up in his house, kill all these people, and leave 2 alive? For what reason? This is bullshit, man. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I told people I would never point fingers at anybody while there was nobody arrested, but something is wrong here. Something is terribly wrong.
My personal instinct says it doesn't just sit with him, because her story's off.
Yeah.
It's off in a couple of ways. And her actions are off. Like they're not.
Yeah, she's making herself look like she knows something. Whether you want to believe it or not, it doesn't make sense because he's a killer. He's already been researching this for some time. That's why he applied as an intern at the police station. He's been concocting this for some time. Why am I going to go through all this trouble to leave somebody alive? It makes no logical sense to me.
There's something else in her statement too that I find off, because we were originally told that there was like a big gap in Ethan and Zaina's time, and then we find out that she was at this same Sigma party or whatever.
Bethany, she's the one spinning that story. That's Bethany.
Oh, okay, that's the other one.
Yeah, because I had made a mistake by saying it was her. No, it was Bethany. Bethany spins the story of the Sigma Chi house. And see, I have a problem with that. Why were you worrying everybody to death about where they were when you have a testimony that they were seen from 9 to 1:40 something? Then why did you all keep asking the public for their help of where they were?
1:45, and that is the exact same time that they got home also. So in my mind, it sounds like they were all together, really. They're going to the same place. Wouldn't it make sense to walk home together or whatever?
Well, they didn't walk home. They probably, I don't know if they walked or drove. I don't know. That's why I'm saying all that. See, that makes no sense too. So some of these people are all at the same party. Let's say they did walk because it is close. Okay. So the killer's there after 3. He sees all the cars. He's watched them. He has to know these people got boyfriends, friends, guy friends. He's had to see the parties on the live streams. This shit is wicked. And the time he picked to kill him is wicked. The one night they ain't got no party going on. How would he know that? He couldn't. He doesn't even live in Moscow. It's crazy. Think about that for a minute. Remember the guy who does the interview says this is the one night it was quiet at the house? Hello?
Yeah.
See, this is why I tell you to pay attention to everything. The one night there's no party there, this fucker infiltrates the house. After all the times he's been riding, watching them. So one could say he's been watching to gather their movements. Don't care that this car is parked outside. Don't care even if there's some guys in there. And that's another thing. It's not like he took a gun. How do you know they're just going to be able to overpower anybody in that house? Because Ethan's a big guy.
That bothers me too. I was originally under the impression that it was 2 and 2 and 2. Like, the two girls were at the bar, the two girls were at the Sigma house, and then Ethan and Xana were at the Sigma house, and that they saw them at 9, and then they didn't see them again until later when everybody showed up at home at 1:45.
Hit the link, T. You ain't said nothing about this story since I've been talking about it. Hit the link. T thinks that somebody in the house told what everybody was doing. Because you have to
brave enough to get on here, you can get on here.
Well, that's my mod. She knows to come up here.
Okay, good.
you got a random person talking about parties all the time. Then you got another guy talking about parties all the time and noise, and it's quiet on this one night. Then you're getting videos released of parties going on and infractions from the police. As I said to you all before, you have to know everything about these people to come to a conclusion about who the killer is. Were they warned to stop having parties? Yes or no? 2, when was the last party there? If they had a function going on in town, I could see why the girls didn't have a party that night. Because allegedly, I thought they said there was something going on pertaining to the school. So you see, you have to weigh all that versus this killer, him making his move on this morning. Why on this morning he chose to go in? If I'm supposed to believe he's been watching the house since June, that's really too long to watch a house from June till November. That's extreme to me.
He may have been watching the house since June, but I don't think that he was physically watching the house since June. I believe he probably came to the Pacific Northwest around the end of August. That's what my gut tells me. But I do believe
he came there when?
I'm in Oregon, so I'm in the Pacific Northwest.
No, I'm saying he came to the Washington when?
I think that he came here close to school starting, but I think
I don't believe he came there in June. I don't believe he came there in June.
No, I don't think so either. I don't believe that either.
Somebody says you would call the police. They're your friends if you think they're hurt. Exactly.
You'd either call the police or you'd go in, one of the two.
He knew the layout because he's watched the live streams. If we're supposed to believe he followed them on social media, he watched the layout of the house. He found out where the house was. He also probably looked at Google, which is what other people have done, to see the layout. You can see the layout on Google through the apartment.com and Zillow. It's not rocket science. But he still had to find out where they lived. See, that's a problem for me. How did he know where they lived? That's first and foremost. How did he choose the victims? How did he know where the house was? And why did he go upstairs first? He had to have known that that's where they stayed. This is 3 levels. How do I know that my target is up there? So you got to make it make sense. Two people think somebody in the house is helping.
I thought it was just the one gal that kind of changed the story, but it sounds like 2 of them have, from what we originally believed.
Somebody says he followed Kaylee on TikTok. She posted pics of the house inside and out. Okay, you can post the house. I still don't know where the house is. I post inside of here. You all don't know where I live. The only person who knows where I live is people who've been here. Stay woke.
And even so, he was comfortable enough to get in and do what he did in like a bit more than a quarter of an hour, literally. So my gut tells me that he was in there at some point before to go in and out. You can look at a layout, but it's different actually being in a house than looking at a house. And if he hadn't been in there before, then he would have made more.
That's the point I'm trying to make. How?
Yeah.
We know the damn address. Because even if I show pictures of me sitting outside on the balcony, I show pictures of me being on the second level, you still don't know where the house is. And you got to remember, even if you put on location, does it really mean that's where I'm at? Stay woke now. Because I put on locations all the time. That don't mean that's where I'm at.
I've checked into place. Oh, sorry. Yes. Okay. I've checked into places too, but it's only after I've left that place.
Okay, that's my point. That's my point. When I post my pictures, the places that I were, like in the lounge, most people already know where that's at anyway. I don't even got to put the location. People that live in the general area already know where it's at. But a stranger may not know. The point I'm making is I can post something right now to Twitter, this and that. That does not mean that's where I'm posted from.
And you saying that could end up making people more vigilant in their own lives and could end up saving someone else's life. Don't post something while you are there. Wait till you're gone.
Yeah. Because even if I do a live stream from a lounge, you now know where I am. Because I'm live. Okay, don't mention YouTuber's name in the chat, please. Thank you. Well, some people think there's a connection. Let's go on and say it and be done with it. Some people think there's a connection between one of the girls in the house. One of the girls dated him, went on a date. I don't know. Do you believe there's a connection to one of the girls?
I think it'd have to be more than a date to turn your face away from like the loss of a life. Even if I hated somebody, I couldn't stand there and let somebody die like that. If I hated you for the most of all my being, I couldn't. I could. That's inhumane. So if that's true,
I think he had help from the inside, been there before. Just my opinion. Well, you don't have to go. You don't have to go in people's houses to know anything about it. It's just our logic because we're not killers. So if you're not a killer, you won't be able to understand the mindset of BK, Ted Bundy, Gacy. It's all the same. You don't have to go in the house to know the layout. I'm going to say this for the last time. You can go and check the house out on Zillow and apartment.com. It shows you the layout of the house. The point is, if he went directly to the top, then that means he assumed and had knowledge to go up there. That's my point. So if he's watching these people, he has gathered information of who stays on the top.
And he walked right by the two on the second floor.
That's what I'm trying to say. Yes. He still had to know that they were up there because the sheath is up there. That's proven. That's not assumptions anymore. The sheath is on the bed. He took the knife out up there. That's common sense. I take the knife out where I'm getting ready to start. Hold on a minute, baby. I'll take me a break too. I need to get me some water. I tell people you have to think. It's the only way you get to the truth is you have to weigh all options out. And as Nancy Grace has said, you have to think like the vermin. It's the only way you're going to get to understand how it came to be that he found the victims, knew where to go, watched the victims, took the chance to go in. Has he been in before, or he just went on a whim this one time and said the hell with it, whatever happens, happens?
And so back to what you were saying, as far as, getting in the way, maybe Ethan and Zaina heard what was going on upstairs and actually tried to go see what was happening, and they got in the way. and that they weren't an intended target, but they got in the way.
Mm. Well, see, my thing is, we can't even use that as an excuse either. They got in the way because the cars are in the driveway, and if he's been there 12 times, he has seen the car. So that means he did not care. Let's just stick with the logistics.
Oh yeah,
He knew people were there. He knew people lived there. He's been there morning, noon, and night. So that shows cause. He knows other people stay there first and foremost. So now you have to stick with number one. How did he choose the victims? 2, he knew there were more people living there. The cars are there. If he stopped them, he knew more people lived there. So that means he did not care. So then we can't use the excuse they were collateral damage.
Right, but if they were in their room and didn't see them.
It doesn't matter, sweetheart. You still got to go in the house. You don't know who you're going to walk in front of in a house. You can't assume everybody's asleep because it's 4 a.m. They're girls, they're college students. I can't walk in the house and just say, I think they're all going to be asleep because I want to only kill Kaylee or Maddie or Xana.
No, he was prepared.
That's my point.
To kill them all, yeah.
He didn't care. Exactly. He didn't care. If he watched him, if I'm supposed to believe he watched him, he knew there were 5, 6 people living in the house, number one. He knew they had people coming and going because he's watched the house. So that means he went to the house deliberately to kill, knowing there were other people there, and did not care if he himself got hurt. Did that ever occur to any of you that he could have gotten hurt and he did not care because he assumed it was going to be just a bunch of fucking hens in there?
Yeah.
Go ahead, T.
I just wanted to say, hey,
Happy New Year.
Also, Happy New Year. So, something is not smelling right, if you know what I mean, period.
Walk it down while I take a quick break. Go ahead.
Well, I don't understand, like it has been said many times before, if she saw him, he saw her, and he let her live, that made no sense especially if he's killed the other 2, if the targets was not even the other 2 that he killed or other 3 that he killed. If he only had 1 target, he really had no reason of killing the other 3 unless they saw him. But yet he let Dylan live and just walks right out the door. And then apparently she's too shocked to call 911 or even check on anybody else, and then goes to sleep, wakes up, still doesn't call 911. It's not matching. That energy is not something is up with that whole situation. Because if I was a killer and I'm getting ready to leave and I see that there's a witness, I'm not going to leave you alive. You're looking right at me. I'm not going to leave you alive.
Yep, I agree. I'm wondering if Xana and Ethan leaving their room is what cost them their life. Like, if they had not seen him, if they had stayed in the room, they might still be alive. But maybe they had gone out, and that's what.
Say what?
Cost them their life.
I can't hear you. What are you saying?
I was saying that because well, you say what you said again.
I was saying that he killed the other 3 because he did not want witnesses. If there was only 1 target, he would have just killed the 1 target. But they noticed him.
The point is, if I really talking, listen, this is how I look at it. If I want just 1, I can catch him in the street.
Right.
I consider and believe Kaylee, Maddie, whoever you want to say the target is, was always in a group of people all the time. You have got to go somewhere by yourself at some point, unless there really was a stalker and one of these girls was that scared that they did everything with somebody else. And so the target said, well, I got to kill her at the house because she ain't never by herself.
Right. But then as far as that whole stalking thing, I'm wondering, like you have said on a prior live when I was listening, how sometimes you might talk to someone and then if they start becoming a bugaboo, you will call them a stalker.
Well, But just
You know what I mean? I'm like, man, I'm dealing with this stalker
who's to say
dude.
that Kaylee was not the type that exaggerated stuff?
Mhm.
I don't know because I don't know her. That's why I said I don't know these kids. But we can't exaggerate things to make it more than what it actually was. Now, did he ever try reaching out to the girls through Messenger, TikTok Messenger? Possibly. But they gotta show us that in the data.
Right.
That he
Right.
reached out and sent these kids messages. So we're gonna ask, did he ever message any of the girls? Did he ever bring by presents, gifts, flowers? Did he show up at anybody's job with gifts, flowers? We are hearing that he wasn't at the corner bar. So now we got to wait to see where the other girls work, Xana and Maddie. Did he ever show up there buying food, hanging out, ordering? Go from there.
Right. Another thing, as far as him going into, when he went into the house, he went to certain room first,
Right.
and then the next spot, and then he didn't touch the other two rooms. Lets me know, you know exactly who's in what room. You can see a layout.
That's why I
Layouts
told
don't
you
matter.
that he watched the social media pages. If we're supposed to believe that's how he found them, and that's the Nexus. So you know who lives in the house from the pictures. You see they keep showing the same fucking picture with all the kids underneath the carport or whatever, the balcony. So he's seen that picture too, if I'm supposed to believe he's watching.
Right.
So he knows who stays in the house. He knows
Right.
there's other people because there's cars in the drive. You want me to believe all 12 times he went, only one person's car was in the driveway? No.
No, he knew. But what I was saying was, you can see the layout of a house all day, every day. But how would you know whose rooms is whose individually?
That's my point. That comes
You would
in
have to
12
know.
times he came to the property, and that means he got out of his car and he stood somewhere where he could get a view.
Yeah, he literally had to watch each
Yeah, he
person,
had to
each
been
female
on the
go into
property.
these rooms.
He was on the property, possibly in the back, and girls got the lights on. He could at least see the kitchen, which is the second level. Third level, that's Kaylee's facing over the kitchen. So he could see, okay, that's her room. So maybe that's who his fixation was. And he's standing through the trees, he can watch.
Yeah, okay.
But he had to get close enough to get an eye view. Or he's watching videos of them coming and going and standing on the balcony or the patio to say, okay, I think that's her room up there. That's the girl I like. I think that's her room.
Okay.
It's one of the two. He watched videos and or he's been to the property and went through the trees and stood and watched.
Because it's got to be something, because I'm blown away at, like, okay, so he knew not to go into Dylan's room. He knew not to go into the other survivors' room.
There is a footprint that's in the affidavit. It's at her door. So you got to ask yourself.
So I wonder if.
Wait a second. What's the footprint while she's standing there, or her door was shut?
Right, because I'm wanting to know, okay, is it facing the door, and did she open the door to him?
Facing the door, that's what I'm saying. No, she's saying he walked towards her, so she's standing at the door and he's walking toward her. So that's why I said he had to be coming from Xana's room and crossing into the living room, and they're looking at each other eye to eye. Because if I'm in the doorway, you can't just tell me he just said, okay, fuck her, I'm going to leave her.
There had to have been
Yeah,
some light
something.
source coming from her room too, because of just
Well,
electronics
no,
and
not
whatnot.
necessarily. Her light don't necessarily have to be on. She could have been just standing in the door in the dark. But she saw him coming in. If you're coming towards me, even without the lights on, it had to be like pitch black for me to even just not even know what the hell you having bushy eyebrows.
See, I don't know about that.
Confusing. It's too confusing.
It is very confusing.
She should know at this point that this being released is just a game changer. It is.
It really is.
It's not to be nasty. It's not to be rude. But you cannot expect a sane human being not to ask why he spared you if he was stalking all of you.
Right. Well, and especially the whole time.
He was really stalking then.
Right. Because I mean, all I knew at the whole time was the surviving roommates. All I knew was their door was locked. Their doors was locked. That's all I knew. And then the guy, he took out the other 4. But now that you know, okay, one of the surviving roommates had opened her door not once, not twice, but 3 times.
She's in between the killing. That's where I have the problem. You have been listening to this motherfucker kill your friends while you're opening and closing doors. Like somebody said the other night, Brittany said it best. You think the killer didn't hear the door opening and closing? Come on now.
Right.
The stairs creak. Somebody who lived there said that.
Stuff's not, in my opinion, stuff is not adding up.
You want me to believe this 6-foot guy ain't heavy-footed?
Right.
You want me to believe you didn't hear that girl screaming and hollering and he threw her on the ground and he was stabbing her? She bled out on the wall. That's why there's audio from the house next door. Pay attention.
And for him to have watched these girls.
And Ethan is going to make the most because he's heavier.
Right. But for him to have watched the girls and know how many's in that house. And he did do what he did.
That you've got people living. Stay woke.
Right. And it's strange that he didn't run out the house. He walked out the house.
Right.
You walked out the house. He was that confident that he could just walk out the house after doing what he did.
Yeah.
I didn't understand. I didn't
And then you got to ask, when he
either.
walked out the house, he went through the slider. Which direction did he go? Back up around that hill to his car parked up on the parking lot, or up off of Walenta, or he walked down the fucking driveway to his car?
Right.
Oh, Lord.
And for him to go out the door, he knew to go. I mean, he knew that's the door to go out of. He was not in no panic after doing what he did.
Right, because you don't hear
that secure.
You don't hear her saying he was running past the door.
Right. He was that secure. He was that calm. After doing what he did, he knew, hey, I can just walk out this door. I don't have to worry.
It's going to go kind of like this. There's inside help. He was frenzied walking by and paid her no attention. She shut the door, scared, putting two together that he's the cause of the noise and the whimpering. She hid in her room, stayed up or fell asleep, got up near noon, walked out and saw the carnage and called 911. You take your pick.
But then they're saying that someone called friends first and not 911.
But that's supposed to be when they got up, found the dead bodies, and then ran out, calling 911, passed out, and then the other one couldn't talk, so the people were running up asking what was wrong, allegedly, and then they called her phone, one of their phones.
But the dynamics changed from her being on the bottom floor to her being on the second floor, and like Queen pointed out earlier in the week, it's going to be louder. You're gonna use different senses. You're gonna smell things that you wouldn't have on the bottom floor. Even just his own.
His body, what I say, he's sweating.
Yeah.
This is I don't know. What time did she say that one of the girls was playing with the dog?
Well, everything's supposed to start around 4 o'clock.
So, including the DoorDash?
All that's after 14.
Okay.
And he's left. He's seen going away at 4:20 somewhere.
My mind is telling me that DoorDash was there at like 4:12, so that means that he was even in and out less than 16 minutes.
8 minutes. Less than 8 minutes.
Less than 8 minutes.
That's how this is looking. I thought about that earlier. 8 minutes.
Was it 4? It was 4:12 or so that the DoorDash guy was there.
TikTok 4:12.
Oh, okay. It's hard to imagine killing one person in that time, let alone 4.
I mean,
and
4 people, 8 minutes, and have never done it before.
Yeah, and no one was alone either.
Hey, T, listen. You know, Queen pays attention to everything, honey.
Like what?
The only
I
one
don't
that
know.
was alone
And
was
what
the
if I
one that
tell you?
survived.
What if I tell you that Queen woke up this morning and realized she had dreamt this before?
Oh wow.
Yep. This happens all the time. Mm-hmm.
I would believe that. My grandma has a gift like that. Had a gift like that.
I realized it when I got up this morning. I said, "You've been there at that house."
Mm-hmm.
Scared the shit out of me.
That's what you were talking about, and it scares the shit out of me too. It raises the hair on the back of my head.
Yeah.
And the nape of my neck. It
Well, I
raises the
started
hair
thinking
on my
about.
arm.
I
It scares
started.
the hell out of me.
I started thinking about Summer. Remember the dream I had last year?
I remember. Yeah, you told me
about
about Summer.
Yeah. And she was in that room at a table, and the whole room was filled with elderly people, and she was eating a bowl of fruit. And I was talking to her, and she wouldn't answer. And I kept saying, "Summer, what are you doing here?" And she never looked up. She never said a word. But the weird thing is that the whole room, it was like a banquet hall. And all these tables were filled with elderly people. She was the only child in the room.
That's an awful thing to.
Something's not
an
right.
awful place to be. Yeah.
I just pray to God that this is just a fluke with this girl.
Just like a coincidence?
No, it's just a fluke that she closed her door and went to sleep. But you can't explain this man leaving her alive. Because it defeats the purpose of him driving. When you read the affidavit, you can see his movements. He's trying to discard the weapon, clothes, or whatever. You can read the addresses, highway this, highway that. It then even tells you he backtracked towards Washington. He was discarding shit. So why the fuck am I going to leave you alive if I'm out here in the middle of the night dumping stuff?
Right.
Oh, man.
It's troubling how the two found the other ones too, to me. Like.
Now don't start that. Now, Diane, don't start that. What are you talking about, the roommates?
Yeah.
They go to school together, honey. Come on now. 26,000 people in a town, a small college. Are you really going to go there?
They might have shared like classes.
Floor before.
Say what?
But I thought they were on the same floor together, though. So they both.
Where are you taking this? Are you talking about how all of them met in general?
Oh no, I'm talking about the next morning when.
She went downstairs. She went downstairs and got her friend, or she was already talking to her through the night. Y'all better stay woke. You want me to call that girl in the middle of the night and text her?
Yeah, they had to have communicated.
Queen ain't dead. Queen ain't dumb either.
Yeah, they had to communicate because, and then someone had to come out their room and see something. Period.
Exactly, J. Luck. He went in knowing 6, 7 of them are in that fucking house. He's been watching the house, so we can't even play around and say he didn't know how many people stayed in the house. If he's been there 12 times, he knows how many people live there. He knows they have parties. He knows they have functions. He knows they have company. He was there one night at 10 something. He sat out there for a whole hour. It's in the affidavit. His phone puts him there. So he knows people stay there. So there's no reason to leave nobody alive. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry.
Another thing that's clicked in my head is, did the other roommate
the only time people don't
anything
kill
to say in the report?
They don't kill. Usually killers don't kill children because they know if they're babies, they can't speak. So I don't have no reason to kill a 6-month-old. You see where I'm going?
Yeah.
But a 5, 6-year-old, hell yeah, I'm killing them. Because they can talk.
Right. Is there information about the other roommate and her statement?
Say what?
Is there any information about the other surviving roommate, like
What they
statement?
did
But
was tell that she's the one that told that Xana and Ethan were at a party and who got back at what time. That's the extent of her conversation.
So Ethan and Xana heard noises, but that roommate didn't?
No, baby. Who's speaking for Xana and Ethan? Nobody's speaking for them.
No, I mean, like for them to come out the room.
Listen, she's the only one spinning the story. They're dead, T.
Got you.
She's the one spinning the story.
Okay.
And it's just something jacked up, man.
Yeah.
Because now that you're on the second floor, we really can question everything because you can't tell me you ain't hear all that fucking noise. And Xana's found on the floor, so she fell. Or was thrown on the floor.
Right. So she didn't hear any commotion, but she heard a dog barking and a dude saying that he was going to help somebody and crying. But she didn't hear nothing else?
Listen, baby. Start of this conversation starts with this. I heard Kaylee upstairs and the dog, number one. Second time I hear somebody say, he's here. Somebody's in the house. She can't decide who said it. Third time, I hear somebody whimpering, crying. Next time, I open the door. On the third time, opening the door, he walks by her, towards her. Do the math. I'm not trying to be rude, but this shit don't make no sense.
Nope.
That's something else that's bothering me too, because they lived together for 3 months.
Lord, Diane, you're killing me.
But I used to, when I was in my 20s, I had 3 other roommates. So, you get to know each other's habits and you know what's comfortable in your own home. And there's a difference between.
Go ahead and say what you're going to say, because let me tell you what somebody said last night. How about she didn't give a fuck?
Yeah.
Honestly.
See, Brittany and a lot of people don't want to accept what's already obvious. You don't want to accept the fact that this girl could have had something to do with this, or she said she knew they were dead and went to fucking sleep. But my thing is, if she did that, it's no different than what Kohberger did. Because you want to assume the best of who? Think about what you're saying. Why are you want to assume the best of some chick you don't know nothing about? That's no different than trying to think the best of Kohberger. Somebody thought he was nice.
No, that's not the way I'm going. That's not the direction I'm going. What I'm trying to say is.
No, I'm speaking in general. That a lot of people don't want to accept the fact that she could have something to do with this. Or she could have not had nothing to do with it and just said, I don't give a fuck what's going on in their rooms.
The sound of a person playing with a dog is different than a sound of a dog. I mean, you know what I mean? Like,
but
that doesn't make sense. I mean, they were up there texting Kaylee's ex-boyfriend. And so she wasn't playing with the dog. So whatever was going on with the dog.
But the dog could have came in her room, though, at some point, sweetheart. You can't say what didn't happen to the dog. The dog could have came in the room. It is the dog was in her room, which I thought was interesting. But then I said, I can't speak for a dog. The dog could have wandered in and out all night. I don't know. I thought maybe the dog was sleeping near his owner, but it is a dog. So.
Yeah, I mean, how did the dog get in her room?
You know what, Linda? Enough of your bullshit now. Oh, don't start that bullshit about her being born a man.
Well, I will say this. At the beginning,
somebody says, if you're afraid of your own safety, why not call? Exactly. Because when you say the word frozen, that leads me to believe that you felt something at that moment. So when you shut the door, you should have said, I'm going to go and call the police because I don't know this guy. I've been hearing all type of strange shit all night. I'm texting these girls. They're not answering. I'm calling the police. Checkmate.
Well, My thing, if you're used to people being in and out your house, because it's the party house, why would you freeze if you saw somebody?
See,
You
that's
had to have
why I
heard
keep
something
saying-
prior.
That's why I keep saying, when you use the word frozen, you're sending a message to the universe, something ain't right with this guy. So that's what I'm
Right.
saying. You should have went in survival mode, shut the door, lock it, put a chair up to it, bed, anything. Let me go call the police. We can work this out after they get here. If
Right.
it's nothing, then it's nothing. Was there jealousy between them? Could be. Let me tell you what this story sounds like to me. And I said this during the live last night. This story of now knowing this girl was on the second floor, not the basement, not the first, sounds like some shit out of Scream. They write that stuff in scary movies because they assume this is how people behave.
Right.
The talking on the phone with a stranger, playing mind games and word games, running to the door when somebody's ringing the doorbell, opening up the fucking door when you hear a sound, which you know you're not supposed to do that. Go back to the door, open up the door. This is typical scary movie. Oh, motherfucker. Oh, yeah, I got to get this vibe now.
What happened?
Oh, Lord. I'm going to be quiet.
Mm-hmm.
I just put my foot in my mouth.
What was the plot twist of that movie?
Well, it was the friends. The original is the friends was jealous that the girl he was dating, her mom, dad, whatever, had an affair with his parent. Okay, follow this with me for a minute, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Oh God, my heart's rushing. Because I'm scared to say what I'm getting ready to say. I mentioned about the Scream movie, and then this. Why is it that that's the latest information is that his sister was in a scary movie? I did not want to touch on that because I don't do all that wild theory shit.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a reason God made me say that. His sister was in a scary movie. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Follow me now?
Yes.
Why am I talking about the behavior of the girl that's the star of this movie? Shut the fuck up.
Really?
Wow. Oh, wow. And somebody said it in the chat last night. She was left alive for a reason, Angela.
I believe she was, yeah.
Damn. I didn't put it together like that because I didn't want to dwell on the scary movie stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a reason that you say stuff. There's always a reason for anything that you ever say, even if it sounds idiotic. There's a reason the scary movie Scream came to mind. There's a reason I was thinking that the behavior of this story is like a scary movie. There's a reason now that that's coming out that the sister was in a scary movie. That perhaps that has played a role on his mindset beside him being jacked up, incel, blah, blah, blah. And then the behavior of the star of the picture. Because don't this sound kind of like a movie?
It really does. It really does. Is the movie Scream? I don't really watch scary movies, but I watched one where it was like a plot twist.
Yeah.
And the killer was actually two people and they were friends, and then they had to make it look like they were stabbing each other. You know what I'm talking about?
At the end, yeah. So they could get away and make it sound like the killer got loose.
Right.
But they were the killers, the two friends, two boys.
Right. Okay. Got you. So if I'm friends with the person who did this to my roommates, I would actually be alive, but I'd be frozen in shock.
Yeah. And by no means am I saying
no
that Kohberger plotted any type of murder with any of the survivors, but this is just something strange about this version. And now they're talking about the scary movie with the sister, which I didn't dwell on any of that. But in my mind, I was saying yesterday, Queen, you know there's something off here. It could be nothing, but to you, it appears off.
Right.
Because you're thinking to yourself, if I felt, excuse me, fear at the moment that this guy walked by me, the sensible thing to do would be first text the girls. Hey, are you up? Text Xana. You up? Maddie. You up? Text the other girl. You up? I don't feel right.
Right. What is going on?
Right. So
did y'all hear that? Yeah.
Did she text any of the girls? Because if we find out she didn't text any of the girls, this just ain't gonna never sit right with me. Her behavior. I'm sorry.
Mm.
In a time of technology and as young as they are, you would think that there would be text.
Texting, exactly. So if we find out she didn't text anybody, I'm side-eyeing her. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's no way you're going to freeze and not think the worst that, hey, this guy walking by me is possible. He's got a link to all this noise I've been hearing and strange shit going on.
Right.
In my mind, I think that she knew what was going on because it was too much outside of the norm. They had to have quiet nights there. I mean, they weren't partying inside the house that night. They were partying outside of the house.
Mm-hmm.
So there shouldn't have been any weird, strange noises. And she knew that. That's what she was saying in the affidavit.
What do you mean?
I mean,
I didn't get all that. Where are you getting all that from?
You know the difference between
partying noise. Yes, I said that. You know the difference between party noise and isolated noise. What went on that night to me was isolated noise. Not the same as, hey, bunch of people talking and laughing.
Right. And they've lived together 3 months or so, and they know each other's habits. This was not a night that there should have been someone else in that house. The partying was outside the house, not inside the house.
Yeah, I got you. Okay, I follow.
And so what I'm saying is that, her opening up the door, she knew it wasn't right. 3 times. So, yeah, it doesn't sit right with me either at all.
The roommate that wasn't there, sweetheart, that another roommate was on the bottom sleep allegedly.
But there's something.
You know what's going to be mind blowing is if he did have help, and that was not no fluke. What he said to the police, "Did you arrest somebody else?" Because what if he knows? He knew at that time of the arrest, I fucked up. They caught me some type of way. Somebody told on me something, and there is a part 2 to this story.
Right.
Because what you have to ask yourself is the obvious. When he made that comment, was he at the house when he said it or already at the police station somewhat awake? See where I'm going? Because if he was sleeping when the raid happened, he wouldn't have had time to come up with that as a ruse. Because you would be
well, and that's not an isolated event in that theory because they're also calling it Vehicle 1.
Yeah, but
and that is kind of like okay. So one thing is an isolated event. Now we got 2.
Start you like everybody else Vehicle 1 shit. So you don't want to just accept that they're just saying that's the only vehicle we were trailing for the investigation.
I'm not saying anything about that. I'm just saying I find it odd.
Oh, but you are.
Oh,
but you are. Because somebody else has mentioned that. You're not the only person to mention that. I pray to God, because Brittany said it last night, but I keep trying to tell Brittany is that you all pick and choose who you want to put faith in. And you can't because, one, you didn't know Kohberger. You didn't know who the actual suspect was. So if you can, come on, bring it to him, Queen, because they ain't ready for this. If you could point the finger at Jack and Jeremy and the guy up at the apartment and the frat house brother, why the fuck you can't point the finger at one of them fucking girls? How is she different than them? She ain't. Because you all threw daggers at those other people like white on rice. So let's keep this 100. You could suspect a boyfriend, ex-boyfriend. You could also suspect a roommate.
That's true.
Because many people have lied about an investigation, where they were, their role, if they participated, they planned it, they plotted it, they helped. People lie every day. And I find it strange that this timeline started at 3 a.m. Now it's 4 a.m. That's strange to me. Because if she had gave information day one, why would the time change a whole hour later? I'm just feeding off what they gave us. Maybe that was the plan all along, to keep opening the fucking door. Shut up, Angela.
The vehicle one thing, it just, why not just say the
You can't
vehicle?
tell me that don't sound suspicious. 4 people being murdered and you're opening and closing doors. I'll wait.
You're gonna hear stuff. Even if you're in the room below someone else's bedroom, you're gonna hear commotion. You're gonna hear it through the daggum ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
You're even gonna hear footsteps.
Thank you.
If you're the room that's above you, you're gonna hear them walking.
Kaylee and Maddie are in the same bed above you. Suspicious. Xana and Ethan are around the corner from you. Suspicious.
Yeah.
Strangely, you are in the middle of a quadruple homicide, opening and closing doors in a 16-minute interval. Fuck that shit, man. Exactly.
Yeah.
This is bad, man. And I'm telling you, if we are thinking this, what do you think the defense is saying? Evidence or not against her client. I got the smoking gun with that one that's alive. They're going to chew her fucking down. And that's where the reasonable doubt's going to come in. And that, as somebody on the live said, they think that's going to be the problem. Because he's going to flip that script in that courtroom. He's going to implicate other people. You watch what I tell you.
That's how this prosecutor operates too. It's not about necessarily defending the person.
But let's be true. I don't have to like your method. Like, I didn't like Bias, the way he handled the Casey Anthony case, but that's his job. His job is to get his client off. That is his job. I don't have to like the method. The method was not moral. But how are there going to be any morals in a case where you killed a person? The morals was out. That's the reason why we're in the courtroom in the first place. So you do anything you got to fucking do to get your client off. And that's exactly what this chick is getting ready to do. And you know what I found creepy? Really creepy? He's sitting beside a blonde-haired lady. I was eating that shit up watching that. You just chopped up some blondes and a brunette, and now you're sitting here with a blonde hair defending you. And he smirks at her like, hello, and then stares back at the judge. I thought, yeah, Cookie, you got your work cut out for you, honey. And y'all been going on and on about him not being handcuffed. I told myself, imagine that he just jumped up and started choking her right there in the damn courthouse.
But you're nailing it with the moral thing, because most of us are. It's hard to not be moral, and it's hard to think that somebody could like go as far as they could go. But this defender goes there.
He went all the way. I don't care what nobody says. The day a person kills you in your fucking house and don't even know you, you should be scared shitless.
Mm-hmm.
And we all better be scared shitless if he gets off.
That's what I'm saying. He doesn't even know them. You think about all the people that thought somebody knew them, killed them. He's a random bloke that plotted the deaths of fucking 4 strangers. That is fucked up. This ain't some guy that tried to date one of the kids, to our knowledge. He's some random guy from the East Coast that moved all the way to Washington State and been stalking these kids and made way in their house. That's deep as hell. So this story should be a lesson learned. You better take care of your fucking business. You better watch everything you post. You better watch who you talk to. You better watch who you tell your fucking business to. You better be careful what you say on social media. You better be careful about throwing daggers at people, because you don't know the day your ass could end up like them fucking kids.
And this is what I was saying earlier too. I hope that you being up here and talking like this makes other people like think about what they're doing in their own homes and their own environments, because you may inadvertently save a life by talking like this and making people think about what they're doing and their surroundings. You could save a life, and we will never know. But hopefully it will help people change their behaviors and to pay attention and to lock their doors and to,
Well, thank you. But Beth, let me address Beth in the chat. Beth, this girl is on Front Street because they decided to release the information with her initials. And some people already knew her name. So when the police decided to bring forward the affidavit, they put her on Front Street. So the police are the ones you all need to take up your concerns with. They put her name out there. They didn't never have to use her initials. They could have said girl A was on the second floor. Girl B was on the first floor. They gave it up. They should have never mentioned her initials. That was a stupid move. You should have just said girl A was on the second floor. Girl B slept on the first floor. So that's the prosecutor's stupid ass for mentioning her fucking initials. Because right now I can make these videos never knowing which one they're talking about. Still going to be bad either way, but I wouldn't have a fucking initial. And people digging their names up on social media, trying to pinpoint who stayed in the house. That's why these stories get out of hand, because people keep digging, trying to figure out who's on first, who's on second, who's a friend, who's an enemy. And then they put their names and their addresses and shit out there. And the thing that's fucked up is that some of you all put their names out there when you knew the killer was still out there. And the fact that this motherfucker went back to the house, you all ought to be ashamed of yourselves. Should have been saying nothing about them fucking kids. Mentioning their damn names in your fucking YouTube videos. It's bad. This is bad, man. This is something stinks. Something stinks bad. You all are too quiet.
No, I'm just thinking that a lot of things changed. That, the stuff that we believe to be true, that the police led us to be true.
Because that was gossip. And I'm going to tell you something else that's bothering me. Who put the rumor out that they found Ethan first? Stay woke. Why did my spirit tell me he's one of them? Oh, Jesus. I can't keep talking about this kind of stuff because it's bothering me and it's affecting my health. Because I have been paranoid ever since Eliza Fletcher and ever since talking about these kids. I double check the locks every time I get up and pee in the middle of the night. I have refused now to answer the door, period.
I mean, it's the reality. You never know who's at your door.
But I want you to ponder on what I just said. Who put the rumor out about the 911 call saying you all got it wrong? They don't got nothing to do with this. They found him, blah, 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 called 911, ran out. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Who did that?
As far as the timelines, the police have helped. The police put out rumors because
No, nobody ever told us about the 911 call and somebody passing out outside. They never told us that.
No, I'm talking about
But that's what I'm talking about.
timelines.
But that's what I'm talking about. Listen at what I'm saying to you.
Sorry.
No, just listen. Who put out the rumor saying, I'm speaking on their behalf about what happened that morning? That they saw Ethan in the hall. Remember that?
Yes.
Called 911, ran out, passed out. Listen, passed out. The other one tries calling 911, can't talk, and people start walking by saying, what's wrong? And then that person uses one of the people's phone, one of the girls' phone, to dial 911. At this point, other people show up, know that Ethan is one of the people in the house dead, and then they start calling other people. Something is fucked up with that. I could be wrong.
No, I'm with
But
you.
the
Something
point
happened with the
is-
two girls.
The point is, that version ain't in that fucking affidavit.
Mm-mm.
And I believe that's what's redacted. I brought you information earlier in the slide that said, no, what was redacted was a mistake and it had nothing to do with the. But you ain't really told us about when she got up and found the bodies. How about that?
That's
Whoever she, listen, whoever she is.
Mm-hmm.
She's. It's both of them.
Mm-mm.
That's the problem.
I can't hear you.
That's the problem.
What's the problem?
The two of them. The
Okay,
two of them together found them. And that is what you're right. I believe that is what's redacted when actually went out and found.
Because wouldn't that be a part
allegedly.
of the, wouldn't that be a part of the affidavit? You're already telling us an officer is the one that went in and found them. Then the second person is spinning the web in the affidavit that he came in and he's going through the crime scene. So wouldn't you also put that in the affidavit of what the person did when they woke up?
Right.
And that's another thing I was wondering too, because this guy is like 4 hours into it. He's not even the one that was the initial responding officer.
So that's what I'm saying. He's repeating and adding his own what he saw. So this is what I'm saying. Why would you not have the person's version of when they got up and discovered bodies and then what they did afterwards? That's why I said it should have been girl A, girl B.
Is something wrong with them? Even like, how did they even? It's weird that they allegedly found it together, like the ones on the second floor and the ones on the first floor.
Mm-hmm.
So the one on the second floor knew there was something going on.
Yeah.
Sure.
Anyway. So when she walked out that morning, she had to have seen the bloody shoe print at her door.
Yes.
So then she must have called the girl and said, hey, something ain't right. Or she ran down to her room and said, hey, come upstairs. Something ain't right. There's a bloody shoe print at my door.
Or they could have been talking on their phones, meeting in the middle.
Yeah. Well, however.
That made more sense if she was down on the first floor. It doesn't make sense anymore.
Elaborate.
Because when she was in my mind's eye, they kind of were down on the first floor and they kind of, which still seemed kind of odd that they kind of headed up at the same time. Because when you're that young, you do, if you want some milk or water or whatever.
Divine Kate says, what I remember cops saying, surviving roommates were downstairs and slept through everything.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We'll have to go back to, I have to go back to the very first article ever wrote, and I'm getting ready to do that right now.
Because we had to change our whole mindset on everything. And then we're finding out they're lying or okay, I'm not saying that. That's not fair. Their timelines.
Giving what they want. Giving what they want. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
Let me put this.
And I thought it was just the one gal, and now it's both of them. When in regards to the party that everybody was at, that they saw them at 9 and didn't see them again, and then was a 4-hour lapse, and then now they saw them from 9 to 1:45, and everybody showed up at the house back at 1:45, which to me says they were all together.
What if A and B are involved and made a deal to help catch BK? Oh, I don't know.
No, that's too much.
All right, so here's that information about how long it took him to get home. They got a new story up. In the hours after police believe 4 University Idaho students were killed, the suspect was seen near a coffee shop and inside a grocery store in Clarkston, Washington. Let's see.
That's him.
Hold on a minute. Okay. The court documents details how the suspect traveled roughly 35 miles from Pullman, where he lived, to the Lewis Clark Valley just hours after investigators believe the University of Idaho students were killed. Police believe, based on an eyewitness account, surveillance video near the King Road home in Moscow where the students were killed, the murders happened between 4 and 4:25. The affidavit says the suspect later traveled along Highway 195 to Clarkston, Washington. That's unnerving new information for people who live in the small riverside communities of Clarkston and Lewiston, which are separated by a state line and bridges. Both communities are just minutes apart, about 30 minutes from Moscow. Yeah, it's kind of bizarre. So soon after the murder, says Chase Peters, who lives in Lewiston, kind of wondered what he was doing down here. The affidavit does reveal some of the suspect's activities while he was in the Lewiston-Clarkston area. 12:36 p.m. on November 13, investigators report his phone used cell resources near Kate's Cup of Joe on Port Drive in Clarkston. Employees at the coffee stand did not want to comment on the case. Investigators did get surveillance video from the neighboring U.S. Chef store, which they show a white launcher drive by around that time. The two locations are across the street from a popular Walmart. Around 10 minutes later, 12:46 p.m., Kohberger's phone pinged a couple blocks away near Albertsons on Bridge Street. That's a main roadway in Clarkston, which also connects to Lewiston. The affidavit says security video shows the suspect gets out of a white launcher, walk inside Albertson, makes an unknown purchase. He left 4 minutes after 1 p.m. Who knows what he was up to? They might put this whole thing together, and there are all kinds of other stuff he's accused of along the way, Peter says. The same phone pinged near Johnson ID just after 5:30 that evening, according to the court record, and the phone stopped reporting to the network from 5:36 to 8:30. Kohberger's phone connected to a tel tower servicing the Moscow area on November 14th, but investigators don't believe the phone was in Moscow at that time. The phone didn't connect to any towers there after that. So now we have to worry about the cell tower on the 14th, because that's the next day. And this is an affidavit which doesn't make any sense. It said his phone connected to a cell tower servicing Moscow on November 14th, but they don't believe the phone was in Moscow. How would that be possible? How's your phone going to ping in Moscow, but you don't believe the phone was in Moscow at that time? The phone didn't connect to any towers there after that. Peter says while he understands investigators had identified Kohberger as a person of interest within weeks of the crime, he's still uneasy that the suspect was arrested more than a month later and in Pennsylvania. It's definitely freaky, Peter said. I mean, it's concerning because I don't know. I understand they were trying to build their case against him or whatever, but it's freaky he was able to get so far to the other side of the country.
You were saying that he's going to find a reason to put something on someone else, and so the phone pinged, but they can't.
And you also heard in the commentary tonight of Nancy Grace that's sometimes not accurate. The phone pinging.
I'm just talking about like what we were talking earlier, where you were saying that he's
going to use somebody else. Yeah, he's going to put the blame on somebody else.
And this might be part of that.
So explain why the phone pings, but yet you're saying his phone wasn't there. That doesn't make any sense.
It must have been around there, but he may have not have been there.
You mean actually in Moscow?
Yeah.
So his phone was somewhere near a Moscow tower.
Yeah.
Okay. Somebody says if you turn your phone off, move to another location and turn it on, it will first try to ping at the last location before switching to the current one. Maybe that's what happened. I don't know. So maybe it's still pinging from That don't make sense because he was home the whole day, the 13th, I would assume, after killing the kids, after coming back after 9 something.
14th.
Yeah, the 14th. That's a whole nother day. Then they've got a new article about him cleaning his car. Idaho suspect in student murders thoroughly clean vehicle, also seen wearing surgical gloves multiple times outside family home. Sources say CNN is the source of that information. So I find it funny you're cleaning your car a month after you killed the kids. He knew something was up with the traffic stops. How about that?
They have a certain radius to where he went that night, that hour.
Find the original article.
So the FBI and others are probably out there looking for the stuff he dumped. And I have family that's hunts and stuff, and they can track a lot of things, and they can see, like, they know, they're familiar with the territory that they live in.
Mm.
So even aside from the FBI, the people in that area would probably notice disrupted earth or whatever, unless there's a water there that he threw his stuff in. But I kind of have a feeling that he didn't throw anything in water. I have a feeling that he...
Do you believe he threw his clothes away?
I believe that he buried them somewhere. I don't know about his clothes, but I believe he buried the knife somewhere.
Yeah, I think he put the knife somewhere where he can go back and get it. I don't think he threw it away.
Me too. And
what about
disrupted earth to do it?
T?
Or tree.
T, take your mic off.
Sorry about that. I was getting ready to go to the kitchen to check the food.
Okay.
What was the question?
Do you think he buried the knife or discarded the knife? Because they've got him going far out of the jurisdiction after the murders.
I think he buried it somewhere.
Yeah, but you don't think he threw it away?
No.
Mm-hmm.
No, he scattered whatever he had on, and the weapon. He scattered all that in different locations.
This is what's interesting, though. You go all the way to Pennsylvania. It's a month later, and you're cleaning your car inside and out and carrying plastic bags out with gloves on and dumping them in your neighbors. As if that's not going to alert people. Why is this boy putting trash in our can?
Mm-hmm.
He got scared. He knew they were hunting him. Because he had to tell himself, why are they stopping me 2 times in 10 minutes on the interstate?
And right. He must have been in this Johnson City, Idaho area before too, because he went somewhere exactly to put that knife. And they should be able to find that too, because hopefully he didn't turn his phone off then.
Mm-hmm.
They probably have they should be able to find it. I have a feeling.
The 13th is the same day, you guys.
Yeah, he did it that night.
He did it that same morning, not the 14th.
Morning, yeah.
You're
right. You're right.
11/13 is when he went back at 9 in the morning, not the 14th.
You're right.
Because he had to realize he forgot that sheath. But he knew he couldn't go back in because it's daylight. I'm trying to find an original article.
And I have a feeling that it's kind of a rural area. Hopefully, the FBI are like asking people around that area, because people do put up hunting cameras.
Go ahead. Yeah, I'm gonna get off of here. It's 4 hours in. Go ahead, say what you got to say, Diane.
No, that was just it. I have a feel. I mean, I think that it is a specific area, and hopefully he will. Hopefully, between the FBI and the local people that are familiar with that terrain can find it. Because I don't think that it was thrown in any sort of water. I think that he stocked out that place before too,
Mm-hmm.
and he knew exactly where he was going to put it.
Mm-hmm. Well, he planned all this.
Did you say your birthday was next week?
No, end of the month, 29th.
29th. Okay.
I'm trying to find an older article. It's like you can't even find an article. This is now my device is acting up. It won't even see when you start talking about this crazy stuff. The devices act up.
They're probably trying to sweep stuff too.
Who?
Just getting stuff off that was on there before for his defense. I mean, you know how like an article be put out and then all of a sudden you can't find it.
Uh-huh.
There's probably going to be a lot of that now that he's been captured.
Oh, well.
I suspect. 29th.
Yep. Hold on. I'm trying to find out about them girls sleeping on the first floor. That's what I'm looking for. See, everything is from way back then.
Can I say this, and I hope I'm not rude or anything, but I often forget to do this, and some of your girls remind us because we just become captivated in what you're saying. But if you guys are listening to this and haven't hit the like button, can you please hit the like button? She's put a lot of effort and energy into this, and just show her some love and support.
Thank you. I appreciate that. National parks, don't get me started. Yeah, don't get started.
Oh, God.
I know it was the 13th.
No, you're right. I was wrong in my date.
No, somebody telling me, yes, it was the 13th. Yeah, they told us that in the affidavit. He returned hours later. And you all should know he was going to do that anyway.
Yeah, the whole plan.
He wanted to see if the police or whoever showed up. That's exactly what he's wanting to do. I'm just trying to find the article. The original article.
Well,
they don't have it. I can't find anything.
It's going to be harder too.
I believe it is. Everything's just from like a day ago, 2 days ago. They're not showing me nothing from 7 weeks ago. I need something 8 weeks, 7 weeks ago. Damn, this is crazy.
You just got to pray that she doesn't find reasonable doubt.
Well, he's getting ready to give her that. I'm telling you, he's getting ready to put this on somebody else.
Yeah, I believe what you're saying is true. The more I think about it, the more it comes out. But
because let me tell you something. You could think whatever you want about any of these people. You really don't know if he was telling the truth or not about a second suspect. Because like I said, you don't know when he said it. Did he say it when they busted in the house, or he said it when he got down to the police station?
The fact that he even said it is
Sherry Collins, we know it's not going to be just about the fingerprint, sweetheart. But you got to explain what the sheet's doing next to a dead body. Fuck out of here.
We don't even know if he had that is fingerprints. We only know they have DNA. We don't even know what that is.
I'm not here to argue with no fucking fool about his fingerprint being on a button of his own fucking knife's case next to a dead person that you don't know and ain't never met. Hell,
could be blood, could be spit, could be sweat, anything. But you know, I feel like you're starting to work harder, and it's getting late. You're on the East Coast, and you know, just from what you just said, I feel like you should probably like.
Yes, mother. Yes.
I am mothering you.
Yeah, I need to eat.
We're in the same age.
It's already late. I haven't even had dinner.
But it is getting late, and you should take some time to relax and take care of yourself. We all appreciate everything that you do for us. And
Sherry Collins, wonder if that's a YouTuber.
We all need you to be healthy.
Probably a nasty YouTuber that likes to uphold murderers.
We need you to be healthy.
Well, I thank you. I'm just trying to find an article that at the beginning.
I know, and you can find it tomorrow.
See, this is all it says. Is 2 other female roommates, Dylan and Mortensen and Bethany Funk, were in the house during the killings but survived the crazed knife attack. While it may seem odd that the other roommates were unaware of what took place as they awoke the next morning, the layout of the home reveals why. Let's see.
Mm-hmm.
So they got the layout. These are good pictures of it. The ones they took. Made up of 6 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms, 2,300 square feet, and 3 stories. The killings took place on the 2nd and 3rd floor of the home. It's likely the 2 roommates who survived the attack were on the 1st level. $24.95 per
Which is comical now.
Yeah, it is. The home was mostly recently rented in June. $24.95 per month, with each boasting 2 bedrooms. Yeah, I need to keep this article.
There's June again.
Yeah, there's June. The home was recently rented in June for $24.95 per month, with each level boasting 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. Police have said they did not believe anyone was in the house. Let's see. Police have said they did not believe anyone who was in the house when the 911 call was placed was involved in the crime. Okay. Very interesting. Okay, one of these bathrooms shows a walk-in shower. I don't have a tub. I don't know which one that is. And then this is the living space.
I can't see what you're doing, and I can't even.
I'm looking at an article.
I learned the other day.
This picture just gives a better gives you a perimeter view of the rooms, of the living space. One of the top campus housing options available, sought after location within close walking, biking, driving distance to campus and Greek Road, the previous listing states. Fully renovated 2018, the kitchen receives new cabinets, counters, appliances, newly remodeled bathrooms. Well, ain't nobody gonna want it now. How about that?
Nope. Nope.
It's very scary, man.
Not that house. Hell no.
So I believe, just like what somebody just said, that was our assumption, is that the 2 survivors were on the bottom.
And the fact that the one survivor is on the 2nd floor, it's contradicting to that in itself. We had to rethink this whole thing. And
But that's the whole point of why they never told us anything. They weren't going to tell us anything because they didn't want anything released, which I understand that.
Yeah, I do understand.
But it puts a different spin knowing that somebody was there in the middle of all this going on in about a 12-minute interval, 8-minute interval, and they saw the killer. It wasn't that they heard footsteps. They said they saw him walk towards them, and he gave them a pass and walked by out the glass slider.
Yeah, it changed everything. And then the fact the timelines, I don't understand why law enforcement were saying, there's a 4-hour gap that we didn't know where Ethan and Zana was, when all along the 2 roommates were with the 2 roommates that I thought were I thought they were all, I thought that was 2 by 2 by 2. I thought that's how the night went. When all along the 2 roommates, the surviving roommates, were with Ethan in the same place that Ethan and Zana were all along. And that changes something for me too. Like, why lie about that?
Yeah. Well, I think something needs to come to fruition about who put the rumor out about them running, finding a body, and coming outside, because that's going to be very pivotal now.
Yeah. That the whole getting them getting together and stuff.
And finding the body, and then you don't hear none of that mentioned in the affidavit. This is strange, because now we have the survivor on the 2nd floor in the middle of all of this murder. And I'm gonna tell you this, and I'm gonna check out of here. I want you to visualize the house. If you've seen the tour, take my tour of the house in my library. The killer enters, let's say, the glass slider, whether lights are on or off. Instead of him going to the DM's door, he goes upstairs to kill 2 kids upstairs. Yep. He comes down, and then he goes past that same door, does not breach the door, goes around the wall to the left, that left wall that's from the kitchen, and goes into the room and kills 2 people there. He comes back from around that wall, allegedly, and looks at this girl who's a survivor standing in the doorway, says nothing to her, doesn't hurt her, walks past her, goes through the kitchen and out the slider. She goes back and shuts the door and then wakes up and files a report before noon the next day. Her and her friend.
That's a half a day later almost. Or a quarter of a day in time. Yeah. Get you some Epsom salt in the bath and a good cup of tea or whatever.
But I just want you to think about that.
Nope.
Walking up into this house, because I thought about it all night last night, and it don't make no sense to me. How he walked in and saw a room door and didn't think to go in it, maybe because it was locked. And he went upstairs, killed 2 people, came back down past that door. Did he try the door again? Still locked. Now I'm going to go around this corner, see who's in here, and kill these kids. So now you have to ask the ultimate question. Did he go downstairs?
Not in 16 minutes. I don't think. And I think that your questions on the DoorDash, I think that was his, for whatever reason, I think that was his way in. Somehow it has to do with that, I think. Which means that what you were saying in 8 minutes is even more insane.
This is looking more like an 8-minute kill.
Yeah. 4 people who had their whole lives ahead of them. Just diminished in 8 minutes.
So now you got to ask yourself, divide it up. How long does it take to kill a person?
I was thinking that.
So you're talking about 2 minutes per person. So he still was fast.
And one of them put up a fight.
Exactly. No, more than one.
And he was prepared for it. Because as you pointed out earlier, he knew who was in that house. He had to have known Ethan was there. He knew exactly their habits and everything. He knew.
I hope there's not a waiting list to rent that place. Tracy, please. Thank you all. Thank you so much for joining me. Something is still off, man.
Well, rest your mind.
Because even when you count the timeline, the quickness of it all, you're still talking about somebody opening and closing doors.
Yep.
Make it make sense.
Somewhere between 8 and 16 minutes, 3 times. Rest your mind. Rest your mind.
I'm going to rest it. I'm watching Netflix. T comes back.
Yeah.
So
she came in like
I'm trying to encourage her to heal herself.
She coming here like Batgirl. All of a sudden.
wait, you're leaving.
Don't be busting up in my house like that. Damn.
My bad. So estimating maybe 2 minutes per person, right? And then there was some fighting. And they're in different areas.
A few people struggled. That's what was said. So that means they had defensive wounds. So you got to ask yourself, how long does it take to kill 4 people? That's the problem. How long does it take to stab 4 people and exit out of the house?
And be prepared to kill more. Because I think he was prepared to kill anyone who did come in his way.
And not run. And no one heard anything.
Right.
Well, there's audio of the house next door with a thud and whimpering.
Oh no, I mean in the insiders.
Say what, honey?
No, I mean in the 2 girls that was inside. So
she did hear stuff. Remember, she did say she did hear stuff.
Right. No, I mean in as in someone rushing. You're upstairs. If killing is upstairs and they're in a hurry, you're going to hear them walking fast, running something.
Right.
He didn't
to get to the other area.
He did rush, but he did rush, but he was as far as the killing.
Well, did he rush? So do we know?
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Anybody to come, I can take my time.
He rushed because in that time frame, he rushed. He had something to do. He had a goal, which is an awful
So,
way to
Andrea,
say
this is how I look at it. I'm killing people. Does it really matter if I wanted to kick the door in? Because everybody argued that in the beginning before we knew who the killer was. Oh, he didn't shoot him because he didn't want to make no noise. But you're going to kill people, so it don't matter if you make noise or not.
That's the thing. That's a big gamble. Because
You
if
already
you're going to come at
taking
me
a
and
chance on your
I
life.
swear I would
chance on your life just going in somebody's house and you don't really know who the fuck's in there and if they got a weapon or not. You took that chance because obviously you studied these people and assumed they would not be no threat to you and you could get out. That's just first and foremost. He assumed he was coming out of there, and he did. And the fact that he went toe-to-toe with another big guy is very scary to me, that Ethan couldn't hold his own against this motherfucker. So I don't know if Ethan was laying down in the shower, bathroom, sleep, turned over, she's eating, munching. I don't know.
He knew he was going to get out of there.
Yeah. But there's a guy in there. So why this guy is not the winner?
Why nobody screamed?
Because guess what? Two of us in here, two of us should have been able to do something to him to where he's on the ground. Pick up a lamp. He's fighting Ethan. She could pick up a lamp if she wasn't the first person stabbed.
And that's what's crazy to me. The one person that was, because the two upstairs were not alone.
You just wish you knew the motive.
Were not alone. The one survivor was alone.
Beth, are you serious? You need to know a motive. Come on now. You need to know a motive. You need to know a motive about what? I think you should already know what the motive is.
And then the thing that also I want to remind you that made me think about you today that I kind of was overzealous on because I almost forgot about it. But in the affidavit, they were, you were saying some stuff last night about you don't know what, they said that there wasn't any SA, but in the affidavit, both the second floor and the third floor bathroom were mentioned, and we don't know what happened in that either. I don't know
why you keep dwelling on that, Diane.
Because
I think he's just laying out what the rooms look like as he's approaching them. Because that's what detectives do. They visualize.
But he went in on the first floor initially. He didn't say anything about that at all. He just went right on up. It was the other detective that was pointing some stuff out that we don't know.
Maybe he went up to where he knows they're dead people.
Yeah.
I don't have to talk about the first floor. Nobody's dead down there.
But the whole place is a scene, right?
Yeah. Diane,
I don't know. I just
stop thinking. You're thinking too hard, honey.
And I do that.
I'm only going to talk about what is important, which are the dead people. I'm not going to give you a tour that the bathroom sits to the right and the dining room are to the right on the first floor because ain't nobody dead over there.
I know that's the point. And the thing is that I'm linking it to what you were saying last night. That's all. Like we don't know what else.
Who called DoorDash again? Xana ordered DoorDash.
No, I'm talking about him. What we don't know what else.
I'm responding to somebody in the chat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's no dead people on the first floor, so he don't have no reason to talk about the first floor. He's telling you what was told to him and what he saw because he's going by what the girls told the first officer. Hey, they're on the second floor, they're on the third floor. So he ain't worried about the first floor. I'm not saying he didn't go secure the first floor, but they are going to feed off of what those girls told them. Hey, you got to go to the second and the third floor.
That's my point. Why point out the bathrooms then? I mean, wouldn't they be the same as the
because
first
he's
floor?
just describing. You're not listening, Diane. He's describing what he's seeing.
No, but I'm telling
you. Just like you're taking a tour of a house. Listen, just like you're taking a tour of a house. If I'm giving you a tour, am I not going to mention that to your right is a bathroom, to your left is a closet? So he's laying it out the scene, what he's seeing visually. Stop trying to put stuff in there that ain't there. Don't you think if they found something nefarious in the bathroom, they would tell you?
No, they're not going to tell us everything at all right now.
But I think you would know that if there was somebody else like dead in the bathroom, they would say, I found another body in the bathroom.
No, I don't think that they found anything in the bathroom as far as a person, but I think that there's maybe something in the bathrooms that they found.
Like what, Diane?
Footprint, the stuff that you were talking about last night that I don't even want to talk about or think about because it's gross.
Well, I don't got to tell you nothing about that because that's not relevant right now. The affidavit is just to tell you what led me to secure an arrest warrant. I don't got to tell you that pantyhose were hanging over the fucking rail. You understand what I'm saying? I don't got to tell you none of that. I just got to tell you what I saw when I walked in pertaining to the dead people. That's all that's important. What I saw pertaining to the dead people, who was alive to give me testimony at the time of the crime. And that's where she comes in. Then I tell you about the pings that led me to believe he is the culprit. That's all they gave. This is just for the warrant. That's all.
Right. This is just me thinking about some of the stuff that you were saying last night, and some of the stuff that I read in the affidavit. Just kind of, we don't know what happened in the bathrooms, but I have a
I don't know why you keep focusing on that. That's strange to me.
Because one officer pointed it out to another officer who was there 4 hours later, like both the bathrooms. It was specifically stated in the affidavit, and so that's what I don't understand why. Like he was.
I think they were just laying out what rooms they were in, what they saw when they walked in. It's kind of like they were being specific. This is what was here. This was what was here. I walked into here. Don't you think if there was something pertaining to the bathroom, he wouldn't mind saying it? Because he says it. The bathroom was here. I walked over here. I looked in here. I saw the sheet. I saw the this. He's just being meticulous on what he saw as he entered the perimeter.
Right, but he was also very close in his statements. I have a feeling that there was something in the bathroom.
Well, it's not to say that he didn't do something in the bathroom, but I'm saying it's not nothing detrimental as far as finding a body in there.
Right. No, I don't think there's no, I'm not. No, there was nothing. They didn't find any body in there. But Zaina was not in the bed. So, I mean,
she was on the wall. That's obvious. She wasn't in the bathroom.
Yeah. So I don't
know why people said that. That's why I read the affidavit so people could get off my back about reading it. I read it and people misread it. She obviously died in her room because her room faces that house and that wall faces the house where they're hearing the sounds on the audio. And she bled out on the wall, on the floor.
Yep. They were both in the room.
You can't get blood on the outside from lying dead in your bed.
No, I'm just saying, as the, trying to figure out, what happened in the night. I believe something happened in both of those bathrooms, that they found evidence, whether it was one of the people.
Well, they could have found anything. Okay, where are you going? I don't understand where you're going with this.
I'm not. Where I'm talking about.
I already told you. Listen. It is not to say he didn't go in there and wash up or this and that, but the way the time is looking, he probably didn't go in nobody's bathroom because the time is too short.
It is too short.
Because you're talking about at least a 2-minute kill per person.
Yep. But someone may have been in each of those bathrooms in between that stuff, and why they're pointing it out. But anyways, I'll stop talking about it.
Because you're making yourself worry about nothing, because I'm telling you, if he found anything suspicious pertaining to this, such as, I believe they would have said, I saw drag marks coming out the bathroom that led me over here to the closet or to the room, which now this is where I see a dead person. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think they kept that all out deliberately. I think they were just
trying to say? Somebody didn't die in their fucking bedroom. Then that means they're lying then.
No, I'm saying that the affidavit came from one of the detectives, and it's just his perspective. That's it. And he's giving some of his perspective, but I'm sure he's leaving a lot of it out. And so when it comes to the timeline and things that happened in there, I believe the bathrooms are relevant to it, but I don't know what that is. But that's just my gut thing.
So while he's killing people, he's then deciding what, take a dump? I don't understand where you're going.
No, I'm saying that one of them may have been in the bathroom and made it back to their room.
But then it's not relevant then. What's relevant is where you were when you were found dead. That's what I'm processing. What you were doing and where you laid. Now, do they go in all the rooms and look? Of course. But I'm going to go only in those rooms to see if perhaps the perpetrator washed up, tried to flush something down the toilet, something like that. All right, Una, come on, you all.
No, I see what you're saying. I'm just as far as, you know, trying to piece what happened that night.
Yeah, they don't need a trial. He needs to just confess. But he's not. He's already got an attorney before he even came back to Pennsylvania. And it's a mess because he needs to just plead guilty and save these people taxpayers' money. He doesn't need to be going through with this because this is now the parents are going to have to sit here and listen to all the gory details. See, that's the bad part.
And they need to just feed him some, you know, like you said the other day, bologna sandwich and on white bread and be happy with it. Because if I was hungry, I would eat that too. And actually, there's nothing really wrong with it, you know? Don't stop catering to him.
You all's conversations in the chat is just like outright ridiculous. Come on, you guys. Seriously.
Okay, you go get yourself some Epsom salt, a bath.
I can see what murder does to some people, obviously. It's not good. Thank you. You have a nice evening.
Thank you for everything you do, Queen.
All right. You have a nice evening, dear. Bye-bye, Diane.
You too.
Okay,
Good night.
T, you gone?
Yeah, I'm gonna get off here.
Thanks for joining me. Thanks for
thank you.
Thanks for your input, sweetheart.
All right. I'll see you later.
Okay, bye-bye. All right, everybody. That's my mod T. Thank you all so much for joining this live stream. It's a bit winded, 4 hours and 26 minutes. If you'd like to donate to this great network, $Beganti129 Cash App. All stickers and chats are welcome during the live stream. This is a very diabolical case. I brought you a little bit of updates of new information pertaining to this case. There's a gag order being rendered in this case. Nobody can speak about the evidentiary material, the home where the children resided. The crime scene will be held to February 1st because this is a request by Mr. Kohberger and his attorney, Ms. Taylor. And I also asked the ultimate question, what is the nexus between BK and the victims? How did he come to learn of these kids, stalk them, harass them? Did he send messages, gifts, anything, follow them from work, school, home? Did he also stalk them from Pennsylvania before moving to the West Coast? Very interesting information. Each live, I tried to take a deep dive into the mind of the killer and the victims, who they were as people. And at the beginning of this storyline, I let it be known that I would never accuse anybody of murdering these children because, one, I didn't know the kids and I didn't know anything about them to accuse anyone. Because as you see, most of the people were wrong about who the killer was. And that is the reason why I never gave a rendering of who the killer was. The killer is somebody that the kids didn't even know. Now, he has been on this property in the general area about 12 times that they have information and data from his phone. We also find out he went back to the scene of the crime at 9:30 in the morning. We also know that he went way out somewhere in Idaho to dump possibly items such as the knife and possibly clothing. Will they find any clothing, shoes related to the crime scene at his apartment? Did he take anything back to Pennsylvania? Did he take the knife to Pennsylvania? I don't know, but I do believe he dumped something on that morning because it took him an hour to get home, and Pullman is only 15 minutes away from Moscow, Idaho. We also have commentary out now that Mr. Gonsalves is for the death penalty for this suspect or alleged suspect. That's said information now in the YouTube queue. All my information has been verified through a source. If you have a problem with the information, I advise you to take it up with the source of the information. I am only a commentary channel, and I give my commentary pertaining to the evidence and the material that has been given. But know that any conversation through law enforcement or eyewitness is their version of the events. So you're entitled to your perception of the information. Thank you all so much for joining me. Have a safe weekend. Please check my community board for said polls pertaining to this case. I will bring you more information as it is uploaded. I tried to pick a different topic per this case to chop up everything pertaining to the mind of this killer, the victims, people that know him, the motive for this crime. I think it's kind of obvious. He's a very angry, bitter person, did not like women, and he found unwilling victims. And sadly, there will be more Kohberger'S out there. There are more. They just haven't murdered anyone yet. Has he committed any other crimes in the United States, Pennsylvania, in between any of these states? Did he ever date anybody besides this one person who's come forward to say she dated him through a date app? Will somebody else share information pertaining to their dealings with him on a personal level? Thank you all so much for finding everything. Thank you, Gemini Moon. Thank you all for the kind words. This is the Queen's birthday month. I'm a January baby. Thank you all so much. Like, share, subscribe. You have been listening to The Vault. Thank you.